After a summer break, the stars and cars of the Porsche Owners Club come racing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And hey, we've brought some friends with us as well. It's going to be a great weekend of racing here at the ever-famous world, basically West Coast circuit. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you watch us around the world. My name is Jeremy Scott. Pleased to have Brendan Kismerick alongside here all weekend long. We'll be switching back and forth between Porsche Owners Club this weekend and Brendan, we've got PCA as well.
Brendan is going to be doing the production for this, and he's going to be calling the other race. So it'll be me, Ryan West. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Jordan. Doing the color this weekend for the Porsche Owners Club. Something I'm hoping to continue doing in the future. So we've got the first half of the Orange Group qualifying going down here, Jeremy. You've been along for several of these. What do you like about watching Orange Group qualifying?
Well, Orange Group qualifying, it's the low horsepower, the momentum class. So I love watching those guys go on the circuit. And, of course, once again, the announcer has to put $5 into the bucket to pay for his penance. And, just the momentum and how everybody is, they race together. And, Ryan, you and I have sat down, and we've been a part of these for so long together. We know the players. We know the drivers. We know who's going to be fast. So this is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. By the way, this is split qualifying, so we'll have the first group come out and get set for their laps, and then we'll have the second group who will be set as well. So if you have a chance, follow us, like us on YouTube here, ring that bell, because we're going to have a ton of racing action throughout the whole weekend.
It's racing action all day. An additional group provided by the Porsche Club of America. They're coming out to play with us as well. So as we just start our first flying laps for the first bit of Orange Group qualifying, we'll just say thank you. Thank you for coming along for the ride. Thank you for watching this weekend, and we hope to see you throughout, of course, in the YouTube chat. If you want to slide in there, ask questions, talk about your favorite driver, anything you'd like in there, we'll try to get those answered as well.
Of course, first laps are underway. We'll have the flyers here shortly. Looks like we've got 16 cars who are taking to this first half. And look at the entry list. Both the red and the orange groups are in the 30s. So to come back after, I would say, a 2-month layoff, Ryan, we're doing pretty well to have such big numbers.
Absolutely. Of course, that 2-month layoff, unique to Southern California, especially. We're up here at Laguna Seca, outside of the traditional bounds of the Porsche Owners Club. Due to the weather, not a ton of people want to be out at Chuckwalla Valley Raceway or indeed Willow Springs this time of year. It's going to be pretty hot. A nice 70 to 80 degrees we're expecting here at Laguna Seca this weekend. And yeah, always happy to see this return to Porsche Owners Club action here. Always attracts a lot of big names, a lot of drivers, and of course, getting to play hand in hand here with the Porsche Club of America, then providing some drivers to these sessions as well. It's always nice to get everybody back together from our brief break here.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic to see that everybody is here. A lot of your big names are in the classes as well, as we're getting set for the first flyers to take hold. A couple drivers on our race monitor showing waiting for data. Of course, that happens, usually the first couple of laps through the weekend until timing and scoring can get that going. But across the line, we're starting to see some of those lap times come through. Klaus Draymond, your fastest right now with a 45.374. David Gold with a 45.589. Gil Bergenti with a 46.339. Renato Eberle as well with a 49.704. And of course, we're going to have let's see here. So half the field's going to come out now, the other half in less than 10 minutes, and get out there, get some laps, get some wonderful times out there. Of course, here's what's interesting. So when it comes to the orange and the red group, you have multiple races throughout the weekend. Orange, this group right here, they'll have 2 races of one today at about 1:10 Pacific, and then another at 3:50 Pacific, and then they'll race one more time on Sunday. Red has only 1 race per weekend. Now, when you take a look at the Porsche Club of America, they also have 3 races, which, by the way, their race will be after this qualifying at about 11:10 this morning. So lots of racing action here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And Ryan, what's interesting, too, normally we see a lot of HPDE and time trials. Because of the amount of race cars we have here on property this weekend, there's not that much HPDE, so a little strange weekend for these guys.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rapid-fire racing action available here between the warm-ups and the qualifyings and all of those things. There's going to be something on track to watch almost all day long, which is great. Klaus Drayman, of course, goes through and sets the fastest lap so far, 1:45.374. I think I am on the wrong sorting here. Let's see. Yeah, he's actually in third. We've got the number 210, No Name, with a 1:43.6. I believe that's not going to be in the Spec Boxer class. We've got Spec Boxer, of course, GT5, GT4, Spec 2.7. 4 cars this weekend, Jeremy, in Spec 2.7. I know we've had longtime entrant Vivek Hazari. We just saw him drive off the screen there in the blue and yellow Boxster. But we're going to have John Momeyer in addition to another couple entries. So 4 for Spec 2.7. A little bit more of a battle there this week, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited too because I know how much John Momeyer's been wanting to get that up there. Mose Cowper is the driver in the 1111 who is set for his season debut in Spec 2.7, which was able to garner some cliff notes for that finally, since we've been talking about it for the past couple of years. And usually it's been Momeyer and Hazari, they've been going neck and neck. Enrique Mar joined the field earlier this season, but it's a newer series. Newer classic car, I should say, for Porsche Owners Club, and you basically run a 986 Boxster, to say the least.
Right.
It's a successor to the Boxster spec or Spec Boxster, which we'll also see in Porsche Club of America. The engine's locked to correct factory code. There's a spec tire, all sorts of different specs, and I think if I remember talking to John correctly, it's supposed to be on par, but a little cheaper than Spec Boxster. I may be wrong on that, but
it's a little It's a little cheaper insofar as there's more parts availability. So they only made the 2.5, my understanding was for a couple years, whereas the 2.7 became the motor that was in the base model car, right? And they made that motor for a much longer period of time, and it had a different transmission attached to it as well. So these 2.5 transmissions are getting harder and harder to come by, and there's a gear problem with, I don't know if it's the 2.3 or the 1.2, but anyway, one of the synchros in there wears out quite quickly under racing conditions, and so it's becoming more and more difficult to maintain these Spec Boxers or Boxer spec cars. So what the 2.7 is going to bring you is that newer design gearbox in addition to a little bit more motor, and then they've also got limited slip differential as well. So theoretically, they should be a little bit faster, but again, we're still trying to get the kinks worked out of some of these cars, trying to figure out how the diff influences your mid-corner speed, all those sorts of things. So it's a work in progress for sure, but happy to see the class grow from 2 to 4 here with the Porsche Owners Club, and I really do think it's going to be the way forward. John Momeyer was also telling me yesterday he plans to run his Spec 2.7 car in WRL in a few months' time at Circuit of the Americas, because that car fits quite nicely into some of these endurance classes as well. So you can run a little bit quicker car in the endurance fields against, some sort of Spec E46 and, things like that, things of that nature. So a little bit more usable car, I think, for stuff outside of the Porsche Owners Club, and a little bit more performance to go with it.
Okay, so I need to talk to the boss man about getting onto the WRL broadcast here in just a couple months' time. Speaking of 2.7, Vivek Hazari, the only one out there in this first half of qualifying, 47.011. As still drivers running fast times. Quickest one still with our no-name, 210 with a 43.087. That's your Spec Boxer and overall leader. We talked about Vivek Hazari sitting 7th right now overall, fastest in Spec 2.7, the only driver out there in Spec 2.7. And Bear Salehi in GT5, 50.135, trying to get that number 47 Carrera up to his paces. Right there, you see the number, as I go take a look at my notes real quick, it is one of our 2 number drivers that we have here can run either or. That is, as I'm trying to find my notes, Mike Porteous, actually.
Yes,
Mike Porteous. Actually, what's interesting about Porteous, Ryan, is last time out at Willow Springs, he garnered his best finish of the season so far in 10th, so he's really starting to find his footing in Spec Boxster. Let's see if he can get further inside that top 10.
Absolutely, and we've just seen people kind of click down into the 145 range. One of the things I want to look into, Gil Briganti, for example, 145.1 last time by, so he's doing all right here. Just got to resort my timing. The 210s had a 143.8, but again, I think that's an out-of-class car. 145 for Gil Briganti is the top of the confirmed Spec Boxsters at this time. I'm interested to see how this track rubbers in. So we've talked about Laguna Seca in the past here, a surface that's a little bit more abrasive in some spots, but there's also been some repaves done recently. As you go into turn 2, you can see The pavement's a little bit more black. Yeah, you just see the line right there as the turn 2 pavement has been redone. Turn 5 also the same way, and you can almost see there, ladies and gentlemen, where the new pavement is lighter than the rest of the pavement, as some of that tar and other stuff comes up out of the pavement and becomes a little bit more grippy and a little bit less slippery. So I think this track is going to rubber in and develop over the course of the race weekend, and I think we're going to continue to see times fall regardless. We should have plenty of nice, relatively speaking, cool air. We're not at high altitude. We're pretty close to the ocean here, unlike going to some of these other circuits we go to out in the high desert. The motors should be running nice and strong, and the track's going to rubber up and grip up a little bit more, and I think our times are going to continue to go down. 144.8 for Gil Briganti last time by. So again, now down to the 44s. He had started as 46, so he's already found about 1.5 to 2 seconds in this qualifying session alone.
And that's easy to do, especially because this is newer pavement for these drivers. Of course, you've got all sorts. You've already had IMSA here. You've already had, I believe, Moto America's been here as well. And IndyCar's yet to be here, though they have tested. So the pavement kind of getting that grip there, to say the least. And of course, this is very important because this is one of the Spec Boxster, one of the classes that must run the same set of tires for the entire weekend. So starting from Saturday, you've got to run for same tire for warm-up, qualifying, both races. And then you go into Sunday, you've got qualifying and race number 3 coming up as well. So it's a matter of, by the way, check your flag out for the session. Is it a matter of, do you push hard for qualifying and hope you make your way up through the field, or you just push hard for qualifying so you don't have to push too hard later in the race?
The nice thing about Spec Boxster, Jeremy, is all these cars are super close, and it's one of our most competitive classes we see week in and week out, where you end up with packs, you end up with kind of a front pack and a middle pack, and as long as you can get into the pack that relates to sort of your relative pace, I think you end up in a really good spot. Again, not quite like an endurance race where qualifying matters little. I do think you need to be relatively with your people, but being on pole versus being in second or third, less of a big deal, I think, in Spec Boxster. A little bit smaller car, more of a momentum car. You're going to be able to get some draft opportunities here and there. Granted, Laguna Seca, notoriously difficult to pass, so we'll wait and see how that pans out. But I remember last year's Spec Boxster race here was incredible, and I'm expecting that again.
Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out as the checker flag out for this session. I think I saw Andrew Wayman come across the line with a 48.210. Let's see who else decides they want to pop across the line and get times per Genti. Let's see if take a look. What's what I love about our timing scores, we can see the build-up, and it looks like Briganti just got faster and faster each and every lap. So yeah, that'll be fun to see. There's the 47, a Bear Salehi, and I love watching Bear as well. Between because sometimes you'll see him mix that up with the Spec 2.7s, and he gives no dice, to say the least. Briganti, Salehi goes to 49.856. That's 15th fastest overall.
Absolutely, and we just pick up the pre-grid here for the second half of Orange qualifying. You can see, of course, John Momeyer's brightly colored Spec 2.7 back there. You got the 526 here. We've got the 227 Rebel Racing car. Nick Kilani, I think, going to be one of the guys to watch this weekend. No Rob Walker this weekend. He just took away 2 podiums at the IMSA race for Porsche Carrera Cup USA yesterday, I believe. Rounded off both of his podiums. So the 227, I think, is going to be one of the cars to watch here. Nick Kilnani in the black and blue Rebel Racing Boxster. He is ready to go. He's got that car already angled to get out here and get on track and get some flying laps going.
And Kilani, one of the couple of drivers who'll be running both for PCA and POC. By the way, did you happen to see any of that racing action from Road America? Rob almost won. I think it was the second race, but they also have the makeup. They have the makeup Miami race either later today, or they've already had it. I'm going to check that out real quick.
I definitely saw that he'd had 2 results already, so I don't know if there's a third race coming today, or but definitely already had 2 results there. So always nice to see POC members getting it done other places as well, going from driving a Spec Boxster to the big full-fat 992 Cup cars. We're on board here with John Momeyer aboard his Spec 2.7, so we'll be able to get some nice onboard shots of him.
Yeah, Momeyer, always great to see his shots that he has all throughout the race. And actually, they just ran race number 3, and we'll get those results for you here in just a little bit as Gilani brings the field out to qualify. There you see the 7:05 of Nigel Maidment, last year second in boxer points, and he has not finished any lower than 8th so far this season. That's been his only off, but he's been 2nd, 4th, and 3rd, so that's a good championship right there as you see these cars just make their way onto the circuit. And Ryan, we're going to see these times fall here in just a little bit because this is usually the faster of the two groups.
It is usually the faster of the two groups, and I like having it set up this way where there's always something to watch, right? You let the first group go out, and they kind of fight amongst themselves, and then you see Gil Briganti has the pole time right now in Spec Boxster alongside Klaus Drayman, but we'll see if those lap times come down quickly or if it's a slow build like we saw in the first session for Kilani.
So Rob Walker actually finished 2nd in today's quote-unquote make-up Miami race. It is raining up at Road America, so it kind of fits the bill, I guess you can say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good call. 911's in the rain, though, right? I mean, that's the car you want to have.
You know, I've done a couple of IMSA races as the voice of the track at Road America. Kind of cool to be here doing the same thing at Laguna Seca, but and I've seen some interesting races in the wet. Haven't seen a Porsche race in the wet, though. That would be, I think, on my bucket list. I have called Radical Cup races in the monsoons there as well, so it can get really wet. Just don't ask my wife about that one. Sure.
DriversEye Live, of course, just covered a Radical Cup race in the rain, and I was impressed with their ability to keep those cars on the island for the most part. Terrible conditions at Road Atlanta last weekend for the most part for the Radical Cup North America, and they did actually quite well, all things considered. Keeping those cars on the rain tires that they had available to them on the track as best as they did, and the lap times they were setting at Road Atlanta in the rain, in the mixed conditions, fantastic.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. I always tell people if they ask you, okay, you know, I want the best bang for my buck, go race in Radical Cup because you've got champions who've moved up into sports cars. You know, they've gone and raced at Le Mans. You've got a current Indy Next driver who was a champion at Radical Cup North America who's trained to do stuff like that. So I think the Radical Cup pound for pound is one of the best proving grounds if you want to do a high downforce series.
Yep.
Go race in Radical Cup. As drivers come across the line, Nikhil Lawny will be the first to trip the timers. We'll get set for flying laps to set the field for today's first race. We're at around, again, 1:10 p.m. So you definitely want to keep it tuned here to DriversEye Live. If you are outside of the facility, if you're here, just find a good spot, and we'll talk you through the race as the racing action comes hard and fast. Green flag is out, and several drivers starting to space themselves. And you know, everybody says, well, wait a second, guys. You talk about how you need to have, you know, drafting help and everything so close. Why would you want to be so far apart?
Indeed, you want to be far apart because you don't want to run up on somebody. We were talking about this off the air a little bit ago. Laguna Seca, a track more than most in North America where you really have to have your throttle application timed to perfection. And if you're too close to somebody and they're late getting on the throttle, that's now costing you time. So even though you might get a little bit of a draft, and again, important in a lower powered class like the Spec Boxsters, up the hill especially, you might get a draft, but if you'd had a better run out of that corner anyway, you're going to gain some time. So you do want a little bit of a gap available to you so that you can keep everything where it needs to be and run the lap that you want to run and not just run a slightly slower version of the lap that the person in front of you is trying to run.
Down Luke Orchard. By the way, we cannot be remiss without remembering the late, great Alex Zanardi. If you grew up watching racing like I did, you know all about the pass, which would be illegal today, but what a fantastic pass it was. Grazie, Alex. That's been there since his passing, and I can't think of a better memorial to the late, great Pineapple.
I tend to agree with you there, Jeremy. It's such an iconic pass. There have been several, especially in the new age of social media, there have been several iconic moments that get shown around at Laguna Seca. I think Alex Zanardi's pass there in Champ Car at the time. Was Champ Car? Yeah, it would have been Champ Car at the time. Or it was Cart, excuse me, Cart.
Yeah, technically it was Champ Car, but yeah, it was Cart, yeah.
Yeah, right down the corkscrew there, where you see all the gravel and dirt runoff there. It used to be a little bit easier to drive up and over that. That gravel very deep now to discourage that sort of passing. In addition to it being highly illegal, and you'd be asked to give that position back almost right away. But back then, especially seeing that as a clinching move there to gain a position was always iconic for me as a child to grow up having seen that. That along with the Corvette versus Porsche battle that gets shared around a lot in the waning hours of an ALMS race. You can see kind of the dust come through, and you've got the Porsche and the Corvette door banging and passing each other for the lead, I believe, in the last 3 or 4 laps of that race. So lots of iconic moments, but again, I think none more iconic than Haas there at the corkscrew at Laguna Seca.
I know one of the protagonists in that, and I think I've been seeing him in a couple weeks. I should ask him about that particular incident if he remembers it, though. I don't think he will.
I'm sure they all do, but whether you want to talk about it or not, I think ends up being the question there.
Well, I don't shy away from questions like that. Hey, to the top of the Spec Boxer class that we know of, Nigel Maidment, 43.881. John Momeyer putting down a flyer, 44.454. That leads Spec 2.7. Jerry Chang with a great lap as well. Good to see him near the top, 44.559. You see Bill Durant with a 45.553. That's fastest in GT5. And to the top, Nick Killarney, quick time, 42, and that just falls again.
Yeah.
With a 42.682. I think he wants that win. John Vogel now goes to the top of Spec Boxer. So we're going to start to see these times fall with each and every pass.
I think so, and I think we are going to set ourselves up to see the same thing we saw in the first half of qualifying, where we've got incremental gains being made. Already into the 42s, though, there is definitely going to be a front and a rear pack in this Boxster Spec race here, for sure. One of the nice things, though, about Spec racing, you can watch the guy ahead of you. So by the time we get all condensed up into the race and you're on the grid, you can watch the guy ahead and go, that's where his braking point is. Okay, and maybe we keep that pack together a little bit more. It's easy to end up with this really big gap in qualifying, but race conditions, a completely different animal for sure.
So far, it's Vogel and Maidment, your provisional front row. And remember, we're going to have different packs here. So your GT5s, your GT5, I think. Yes, the GT5 will have their own way. Spec Boxster should have their own way. We'll put SCR and Spec 2.7 in there as well. As you see, Maidment closing in on the back of Killarney. That is going to be an interesting battle again. They're looking at see if they can go faster than their 42.6 that Maidment has, 42.9 that Killarney has. Working our way down the S's through 9 and into 10, setting up for turn number 11. And we've got one car deciding to take the back door in. That's going to be something interesting too. You don't normally see that in a typical race condition, but that is available to the drivers. As
that is going to be the preferred in and out area for Laguna Seca this weekend. They do want you to enter and exit via that back stretch there before the actual pit lane. The pit lane being quite long.
Vogel to the top, 42.231. So we're inching closer to getting into the 41s. John Vogel is your quickest. Jerry Chang, 42.290. Maidment, 42.682, and still 42.919 out of Killarney. Yeah, Ryan, this is shaping up to be a banger of a race. Dallas Carroll, welcome into the party, 42.930.
Vogel going to the top, Jerry Chang. So we've had just a complete turnover at the top of the field. As we see one of the yellow cars pulled off to the side here. That is one of the Spec Boxsters.
Yeah, they were slow coming off of turn number 3 and kind of pulling off, and they have some sort of mechanical issue. You don't normally see a driver go just, pull off there, and looks like they're trying to find one of the many openings here at Laguna Seca, and they're going to stop short. So
is that Vogel?
That might be Vogel, honestly, in the 47. So we'll see how that plays out here in a little bit, but we might have an early end because that car is a little too close to the racetrack, and really safety paramount here in the Porsche Owners Club. So would not be surprised to see either an early checker flag or a red flag for stoppage.
Yeah, that's unsighted there, and it's on the side of the track with the racing line as you try to set up for turn 5 right here. So a tough call either way because it's not a spot where people typically have an off. You can see that there's not really any protection on that barrier because there's not a whole lot of opportunity to end up with the car sideways there into the wall. But we'll wait and see. Of course, you do have to check up once you see the waving yellow flag, so that is going to impact your ability to lay down a fast pole time. And we may end up seeing Jerry Chang, Nick Killarney at the front of the Spec Boxster field if that's going to impact people's ability to turn a quicker time.
We'll see how that plays out as watching the flag stand and a little bit of movement. Yeah, we're going to go check her right now. So the session is over. I don't think we're going to have many fast times because, like you said, you see that yellow flag, and you're definitely going to have to slow down. So the session will end about 3-4 minutes early. You see under the WeatherTech portion of the bridge, the safety vehicles are out there as well. So let's see who decides they want. I saw Branimir come by. He got a 46.496 last time by. Yeah, 46.655 out of the 318. So, with that in mind, Ryan, I think that we can officially say qualifying done and dusted. Your front row for the Spec Boxster will be John Vogel if he can get the car back up and running, and Jerry Chang in the number 262. And honestly, kind of a surprise because we don't normally see Vogel at the top of the charts.
Well, so Vogel in a Cayman, and like you could see trackside when we saw a little bit closer shot of it, but that car is definitely a Cayman. It also shows a Cayman on timing. I wonder if that's in Spec Boxster, but it isn't, like it's shown as in Spec Boxster, but it isn't in a different class perhaps. So I think it's going to be Jerry Chang and Nick Ilnani on the front row of Spec Boxster here. And I think John Vogel probably in GT5?
Yeah, probably
perhaps
GT5 right there. Yeah, that's a good point.
So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll have the grid graphic available for you in the whole line when we come back to Orange Cup Racing here in a couple hours' time. Jeremy, thank you for coming with me and allowing me to interlope here on your sessions that you're usually doing solo. I figured it'd be nice to come through and give you a little bit of a respite here and there.
Oh, it's so nice, and it's nice to have somebody else to talk to instead of talking to myself, because I'm sure a lot of you guys like hearing me, but not so much. It feels pretty good to bounce off of somebody. Hey, coming up at 11:10 a.m. Pacific time, we've got the first of 3 Porsche Club of America races. It's going to be the blue group, and that will be here on DriversEye Live. So we'll see you in just a little bit of time. We're going to go fish out poor old John Vogel, and we'll be back.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. Allowing us to create exclusive special editions alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch. By personal
being able to understand vehicle dynamics. The car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide, or if you have to brake suddenly, or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting OctavioTequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
For many enthusiasts, an OEM brake system just won't cut it. OEM brake systems are designed to get your car to the grocery store while being easily manufactured in large quantities at a low price. Unfortunately, those design objectives don't mesh very well with the goals of enthusiasts craving the latest technology, greatest performance, and the most attention-grabbing aesthetics. Regardless of what you're seeking in brakes, Essex has you covered. Our partner in providing you with the ultimate brake system for your car needs no introduction. With countless wins in Formula 1, NASCAR Sprint Cup, AMS, TTM, and WRC, AP Racing Components are a choice of champions at all levels of motorsport and the most desirable name in brakes.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from, Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
It's the first race of the weekend. Nice to say that bright and early on a Saturday morning here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Jeremy Scott. It's time to do some PCA Club racing for their first of 3 races of the weekend. Joining me for the PCA events will be the man, the myth, the legend, Brendan Kazmarek, the man who brings us all together in one big happy family. And Brendan, I can't wait because this is going to be something new that we don't normally see here just maybe once a year with POC. Well, we're getting some technical difficulties ironed out as the cars are working their way towards the Mario Andretti hairpin. And there we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, some changes in between our last race and this one. Happy to be with you on this fine Saturday morning. Easy to forget, we've already been at this for a full day. First time we see our day, at least for a session. Qualified yesterday afternoon. Half an hour of racing on the docket, and here. Sprint race number 1. As we get things started from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna. On your pole position for race number 1 here will be the number 79 of Tim Salveson in the 2018 991.2 Cup, alongside Mark Krigler in the number 204 992.1 Cup, the only Sprint Trophy GT3 car entered this weekend. There was no Sprint Trophy race, of course, but it is homologated as such. He's on the outside of the front row. Row number 2 will be Alan Ritchie in the number 411, alongside the GT2 pole sitter, that's Greg Herbeck, in the 2023 718 Cayman GT4 RS. Scott Dager starts at P5 inside of row number 3, and this is car number 47 alongside the 41 of Daryl Troster. P7 inside of row number 4, it's BJ Nichols in the 718 Cayman alongside John Nelson in his 1970 Porsche 914-6. That's a GT4 car. He is your class pole sitter. Row number 5, Jeff Robbins in the 2016 981 Cayman. That's the older spec alongside the 911 Cup pole sitter. 3 of those this weekend, and they're all grouped together. It's Aaron Holmes in the Chartreuse number 36. Andy Simpkinson in the 68 P2 and 911 Cup will start alongside Matthew Lawrence. P12 overall, 3rd in 911 Cup, Robert Murillo inside of row number 7, Ed Minot on the outside in the number 221. Ben Merriman will round out the first group. Your Spec Boxster pole sitter of split start this morning, remember, it's Joseph Koo alongside Nick Kilnani, Dallas Carroll, and Richard Bam on the second row. Third row will be Ken Johnston and Trygve Isaacson. Row number 4, Alan Watts, Jack Sherwood, Klaus Drayman, and Chris Foster on row number 5. Jeremy, we'll leave it there in a healthy 14-car Spec Boxster grid as we get ready to go PCA Club Racing.
Of course, see him side by side coming down the front straightaway. Eyes on the starter. It's Brian O'Meara, Tim Salveson on the front row. Green flag is out already. You see Herbeck diving to the outside, making it 3 wide. Herbeck 5th in points in the Cayman Masters. No surprise here, as that is such a tough class there, but he's going to fall back in line once again. And it looks like Salveson is going to be your driver at the point as they work their way cleanly through the Andretti hairpin. Here comes the Spec Boxer class. As you mentioned, Joseph Koo and Nick Kilani. Green flag is out and already 2-3 wide near the back of the pack as they're side by side throughout the field. No surprise that the Spec Boxsters are in one huge pack going uphill into the Andretti hairpin. Kilani looks like he's got the line on the outside, but he's going to have to yield position as so far so good. A little bit of argy-bargy trying to find their way through, but for the most part, Brennan, we've made our way through the first couple of quarters.
Yeah, Spec Boxster starts are always so chaotic, Jeremy. It doesn't take very much to get an overlap as you hit the throttle and punch up the hill towards turn 1 and down in the braking zone for turn number 2. But despite all that 3 wide action we saw up over the top of the hill, it's all single file back here in Spec Boxster.
30-minute timed race here, so no pit stops to have to worry about. It is a sprint race. You have a battle for position here between Salveson and Kriegler. That's for the overall lead, as GTA and GTA 3 and STG, I should say. Actually, to be second place. My apologies, because Salveson, he's long gone and dusted. So a little bit of battle there. See if Ritchie can get up there and get into that second place, and single file for the most part from second on back. You got to go back 4.5 seconds. Opening 4.5 second gap between Salveson and Kriegler. That's just unheard of in club ranks.
It really is. That opening stanza from Tim Salveson is emphatic. As you said, 4.5 seconds. We were side by side across the line for second, though, between Kriegler and Ritchie. Eventually, the increased power output of the 992 Cup from Mark Prigler did win out and starts to open up a touch of a margin there. Back to the number 411 of Alan Ritchie. Scott Dager, your GTC 6 class leader, ahead of Daryl Troster, rounding out the top 5. Interesting to see there, Jeremy, on lap number 1 especially, those GT4 cars do really, really well on cold tires, getting things up to temperature. And remember, Laguna Seca isn't a track where we're really stretching the legs of these GT3 Cup cars. So in the twistier bits, on the brakes, on the throttle, those GT4 pavement and GT4 RS Club Sports do really, really well to hang with the 911 Cup entries that make up the bulk of the top 5.
You saw Lawrence trying to get around Murillo, and yeah, I actually love that Cayman GT4 layout there. One of my favorites to see in Porsche. It's kind of a shame that they're going to be kind of sweeping that away with the exception of Porsche Sprint Challenge in the future. Speaking of Porsche Sprint Challenge, we mentioned Greg Herbeck sitting 5th in points in the Cayman Masters, 2nd in PCSW Cayman Masters points. He's going to be out of Road America next week, in a couple of weeks, so kind of keeping everything fresh, getting ready for that big doubleheader weekend that they'll have there as he works his way down the front straightaway. Only driver in GT2, and this time Salveson holding on to that 4.8 second gap. You see you see Dager trying to go around Ritchie there for position as Krigler has opened up a gap. Dager doing all he can. Now, of course, that is not a battle for classes. Ritchie in the GTA 3, Dager in a GTC 6. Still looking to the inside once again, poking that nose out front. Not going to be able to make anything happen because, here's the thing. Dager's got to worry about Troster here in just a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, these things happen quickly. We've got half an hour, remember, but these cars are so tightly matched in the GTC and GTD classes, especially. Very, very little you can do to the cars. It's a single tire in those classes as well, much like the Spec Boxster field, although it's much, much deeper. 13 cars taking the green flag. We did not have the 227 of Nick Tilnani take the start of race number 1 here. So it's left Joseph Koo out in the front to do battle with Dallas Carroll and Richard Baum, in the number 191. Klaus Drayman sits in P4 at the moment ahead of Alan Watts in the number 225. The top 3, though, only separated by about a second. Koo from Carroll from Baum.
Yeah, Baum running his second race weekend of the season. Finished second, his highest so far this season in Thunderhill race number 2. He's only run, of course, so far the full series up four championship weekends already. Last time out, they were up at Portland International Raceway for the ever-famous Rose Cup, and just a handful of drivers making the trek up to Oregon. Beautiful part of the country if you haven't been up there yet, but Spec Boxster already tight with Koo and Carroll. 1 and 2, and Baum not too far away. You see them work their way through, and it looks like the Baum closing in on Carroll for that second spot and doing what he can. It's easier said than done because, as we mentioned in qualifying for the POC Orange, it's a very momentum-heavy class. Now, the second half of the lap is extremely a momentum type of track, but that first half, you really got to be on your game.
You really do, and in these first few laps, obviously, you're trying to get yourself into a rhythm, trying to establish the groups you're going to be doing battle with through these next 24 or so minutes. And a wrinkle we don't normally get when we see these broadcast races, particularly for the Spec Boxsters, normally they've got either a group of their own or a race group that is a little more in line with cars of that same sort of speed, typically grouped with the 911 Cup cars as well. And it makes for a lot of really exciting racing. The wrinkle today is we've only got the one race group. So we've started 29 cars in total for PCA race number 1. And about half of them are the Spec Boxsters and lower. The other half are those GT3 Cups, GT4 RS Club Sports, the GT4 cars as well in there. So they're going to have to deal with some pretty heavy-duty traffic coming up behind them as we get deeper into this 30-minute race. For now, though, this top 4 separating themselves from the rest of that Spec Boxster field, and in particular, Jeremy, Joseph Koo in the number 6 doing really well now to establish a gap back to Dallas Carroll.
And, of course, we know how that's easier said than done in Spec Boxsters, so to see your leader just open up a big gap is absolutely fantastic. We're watching Battles throughout the first half of the field. You mentioned how it's only one wave. That seems to be the key to the West Coast, because there's so many tracks within, so far distance of each other. You got to kind of pick and choose where you want to race. So a lot of drivers deciding to, make their way into, just do what they can. There's a handful of drivers who have decided they're going to run the full Porsche, PCA Club Racing Championship here in the West Coast, which that is fine as well. As you see Salveson working his way through the back of the Spec Boxster class, already up to 4.6 seconds. Krigler trying his best to try and close in, but he's gapped himself to Scott Dager. That's a 9.5 second gap back to third place. You see the 204 working his way out of turn 11. Let's see this battle for third overall here in just a little bit, but yeah, now we're getting into lap traffic, and I think Krigler, as long as he can make his way through, because Salveson being the leader, he can pick up the back of the pack so fast that it's going to be very tough for him to try and make smart moves. He's going to have to back off, as he saw there. Looks like that gap is physically closing up.
Yeah, you can see it visually, Jeremy. Really good work from Mark Krigler as he finds his rhythm to start working through some of this traffic. Going to be interesting to watch the battle for fourth overall as well. That's Daryl Troster and Alan Ritchie, both in GTA 3, which is the same class as your race leader Tim Salveson, as they begin to work into traffic as we're going to move up the inside there at turn number 5. Kind of late, but all is fair as they clean it up on the exit. Troster and Ritchie, let's watch that battle, try and pick it up. It was a 2.5 at the line. There is Dager. There's Troster, and then directly behind is Alan Ritchie. So they're headed up the hill now out of turn number 6 up towards the corkscrew, where we will pick them up once again. Interesting to note, while we wait for them to get over towards corkscrew there, Jeremy, the Spec Boxsters that really fling it over the top of the left and right chicane there, picking up the inside front wheel as they drop down that multiple story drop in the right-hander. Obviously, you're not loading the inside front wheel, so you're not expecting it to grip in any sort of meaningful way, but definitely three-wheeling it down the iconic corkscrew with the Grazie Alex riding there this weekend as well. More to come on that, I am sure. But it looks like as they work through traffic here, Troster and Ritchie not really able to pick up or make any gains on each other on this now 1/3 mark, or at this 1/3 mark through race number 1.
So somewhere in the previous lap, EJ Nichols got around Greg Herback, which they're coming around the first turn now. And of course, you also have this battle for position that we've been watching between Troster and Ritchie. Ritchie right now coming through the picture right there, coming out of turn 2. That is the BJ Nichols Greg Herback battle. Let's actually hang here on this camera for a little bit. Let's go back to the turn 4 camera. Yeah, right there. That's the battle we're watching between Herback and Nichols. Herback goes to the inside. He's going to go side by side. Door handle, BJ Nichols through turn 4, and Nichols gets a position for the time being. But how much longer will that last? You got a decent braking zone here, but here's the thing. Herback's going to have to draft up under BJ Nichols to try and get a good run. I think that's also going to bring in, John Nelson sitting back there for 6th place. So you got 3-car battle for 6 going into the corkscrew. Brendan, this is actually fantastic stuff. We were worried about the Troster-Ritchie battle, but this, I think, is absolutely tantalizing as they work their way through the corkscrew. Let's see who's in front. That's a couple of boxers right there. Oh, that's absolutely the money shot right there.
You know, Jeremy, I spent all of last weekend calling multi-class endurance racing down at Road Atlanta. And, of course, the name of the game at Road Atlanta is Traffic Giveth and Traffic Taketh Away. It's the same thing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Multi-class racing. Of course, it is sprint racing. Things happen a lot faster, but it means these gaps open and close. And if you're not really on your toes as 2 cars go wide, including that was Greg Herback in the 49 who spins it on corner exit. And all of a sudden, in a little bit of traffic, it's dropped Herback off of that battle. John Nelson takes a position and is going to try and get all over the back of BJ Nichols in the number 64 as well. Just like that, in an instant, Jeremy, like I was just saying, the complexion of the race changes once again.
And of course, also that gravel trap there off of turn number 11, we've seen it over the years. Doesn't matter what series it is hungry for race cars. It almost claimed another one. Great driving by Herback to kind of spin and stay off the wall. We have a big little dust up here. Of course, it's that time of year in California where you're not going to have as much greenery. Everybody's kind of looking pretty good so far.
That was Herback again, I think, Jeremy, that's gone around on the
No.
It is the 47.
That's
Oh,
Dager.
no, sorry, it's 47 to Dager. That's out of third place. So there goes Herback in his recovery. Similar sort of trim on those cars, but you're absolutely right. The white-topped GT3 Cup car, the number 47, goes around your GTC6 class leader, but more importantly, that's off the overall podium.
So my, how the turntables as you start to see that faster traffic working their way around. Now, the question that's going to be asked is, can Herback catch up to Johnson? It's a 5.6 second gap, and that was after the spin. And now Johnson, and Nelson, I should say, is having to deal with some lap traffic. You saw the blue flag there at the top of the corkscrew. And we're at the point of the track where Herback can look ahead, and he can see Nelson, maybe even see Nichols as well. Of course, unfortunately, that spin that Herback had looked like it was kind of self-induced with him going into the gravel trap. Let's see if he takes the exit a little bit more gingerly this time. Indeed, he does. But like I said, it was a little bit further back this past time by as Dager falling off of the cliffs back to 8th, possibly down to 9th. No, it's 8th. As still a decent recovery. At least he was able to make his way through that. So Dager down to 8th, Herback up to 7th. And a lot of these battles kind of slowing down a little bit. You've got the 11 of Matthew Lawrence and the 36 of Kieran Holmes. They're in a tight battle for the lead in 911 Cup. That should be coming around here in just a little bit. The blue 11, trying to see where they're at on the racetrack as well. But things kind of calming down here a little bit as we're almost halfway.
Jeremy, I actually want to pick up a battle in Spec Boxster. Jordan, I think, was a producer Jordan unknowingly following it there. Let's see if we can get it headed up towards turn number 6, perhaps, or maybe up to actually just leaving the shot there on the right-hand side. That's the battle for 5th in Spec Boxster. Trygve Isaacson in the maroon number 95, defending from Alan Watts in the red number 225. That battle's actually been raging for the better part of the last 5 or 6 minutes, maybe longer, but as it would happen, our leaders, or our overall leaders, have been working through most of this traffic, and we've kind of kept I've kind of kept a weathered eye on the battle. Now Trygve Isaacson in the 95 able to open up just a little bit, but as we said earlier, Jeremy, traffic taketh away. The yellow and black came in there, now working through, has already gotten past Watts. Let's see if it holds up Trygve Isaacson at all. Not likely here on the exit of turn number 11. Actually has gotten pretty lucky, I would say, Isaacson in that number 95. But we've seen this gap open and close multiple times now over the last handful of laps. I think there's a good chance Alan Watts is going to be able to get his number 225 Spec Boxster back up to the back of Trygve Isaacson, who incidentally puts in a personal best 144.779. and just extends that gap by 1/10 of a second or so. I'm sorry, 1.1 seconds or so, with Alan Watts back in the 45s there in a little bit of traffic. I'm sorry, that was Dager in the GT3 Cup who came through, not the Cayman.
Yeah, Dager. Yeah, I say Dager is poor guy's been misidentified as Herback, and now as a Cayman. Man, I'll tell you what, he's just having all sorts of problems throughout the day. But Dager, as we saw closing in on Herback, we'll see how when that battle develops. As you see once again, like you said, there goes Isaacson and Watts going nose to tail, coming up through the corkscrew. As you see a couple of others go through. That is Richard Baum. Then you've got Ed Minot, Merriman coming through, and a couple of other cars making their way through. Klaus Drayman is back there, 19th overall. And here comes the Isaacson-Watts battle. It seems like the first half of the lap that Isaacson is all over the back of Watts, but once he goes up the hill, it seems like that's where the parachute starts to pop out for the 225, and he just cannot catch up. So we'll see how this plays out. And of course, let's see, Drayman trying to close in also on Merriman. That's for GT5. Let's take a look, see where that actually, there's not too many battles that we have right now. Is Robert Murillo, your Spec 911 driver, kind of splitting the difference between Holmes and Simpkin for that third place. Holmes has fallen back to about 3.6 seconds as We actually need to take a quick break. With all the racing action going on, we'll step aside and give you what we see here in just a little bit.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsport damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back as we are now in the battle for the overall lead. Jeremy Scott, Brendan Kazmarek, and Mark Krigler, your leader, though. Tim Salveson, Brendan, is trying to close in. It looks like that he's losing a little bit of ground. Something may have happened there going into the corkscrew.
As we said, Jeremy, traffic. And a couple of wheels off there from one of the Spec Boxsters on the exit of turn number 10. But that's Mark Krigler, as you see in the 204-992 Cup, who now leads from Tim Salveson on something of a recovery drive in the green-yellow number 79. That was your overall race leader. Remember, not so very long ago, something has obviously happened as that duo worked through traffic. Salveson opened up that huge margin in the first couple of laps. And now he's having to do it all again. It sure seems, Jeremy, like Mark Krigler in the 204 just a little bit more comfortable navigating some of this slower traffic throughout this tight and twisty Laguna Seca layout. And it's cost him Salveson, even here, it's cost him a couple of seconds, was right up to the back bumper of the 992, and now 2, 3, 4 seconds behind.
It's only going to be a matter of time till Derek Troster is, we'll see him in the picture just because of how tight everybody has tightened themselves. Under 10 minutes left to go in this race, so still plenty of racing action. You see Salveson working his way around traffic, trying to keep up with Krigler. 1.1 seconds last time out for both of those drivers. Hello, you've got a boxer going to spin right in front of traffic. Nice save by both drivers.
That was really heads-up stuff. Way too aggressive getting on the throttle there for who I think, if I can pick it out right, was the number 184 of Brian O'Meara, pushing really hard to keep inside the top 10 in Spec Boxster in a really good battle with Chris Foster and Jack Sherwood. And as he came back across the track, keeping his foot in it, Ken Johnston in the number 777, a tremendous heads-up job to get on the binders, slow the car down, and let O'Meara gather it up in front of him.
Tell you what, that was a Code Brown moment as one car going right into the pits as lots of racing action still left to go. If I'm doing my math correct, we could have about 6 laps left to go in this race. Of course, going to time. By the way, Krigler opening up a 5-second lead over Salveson. Like we said, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Not so much here in Spec Boxster. You see one of our POC regulars right there, Klaus Draymond, trying to hold off Alan Watts for position. Now that's going to be Watts who's going to be facing the wrong direction at the Andretti hairpin. Not the place you want to be because that's right there at the blind spot.
Yeah, there's very few good places to be backwards in the middle of the road here, Jeremy, but the Andretti hairpin with that fast approach speed and kind of complicated sight line as you drop down the hill into the braking zone there, maybe one of the worst on the track, does get it gathered up, but that's going to take Alan Watson, the number 225, out of a top 5 position in Spec Boxster, promotes Trygve Isaacson, with whom he had been doing battle all race long, back up into the top 5. In some ways, these races, Jeremy, can kind of become a last man standing. Just don't make the mistake. Yeah, do battle on track, defend where you need to, be smart in traffic. All of those things are important, but don't make the big error. And you can find yourself in a decent finishing position. Unfortunately for Alan Watts, not only did he lose the spot to Trygve Isaacson in that number 95, but that battle behind was so close and so intense. He'll fall all the way back to P10, behind Brian O'Meara, who just had the mistake himself a lap ago in the number 184.
It's even, we talk about mistakes and how, you make a mistake, you're going to have a problem, but it's even more punctuated, especially in such a huge popular class like Spec Boxster. So you really have to be on your game 10/10 the whole time. Got a battle for position here. I believe that is what we were talking about earlier with actually it's going to be Sherwood and Johnson as they work their way down the front straightaway once again, as they are definitely in a tight battle here. Let's hang here. And nice little defensive move out of Sherwood as he holds back Johnson and O'Meara for position.
Actually, Foster and Sherwood, and then Foster and Sherwood. Johnston in the number 777 is the white and green car, third in line. Remember, he was braking in a straight line not so very long ago, trying to avoid the spinning number 184 of Brian O'Meara. So things are coming good here for Ken Johnson in the 777, biding his time, being smart, not making the big mistake. Finds himself locked in a battle for P6 now, up onto the back of the number 100 of Jack Sherwood. And I tell you, Jeremy, I think Chris Foster in the number 19, that teal and black Spec Boxster, going to have to be really careful with how he defends in that braking zone for turn number 2. A couple of times now over the last few laps, yes, you need to be aggressive, and yes, you want to defend from the lunge up the inside, but moving around in the braking zone is a no-no in quite literally any series worldwide. No different here in PCA Club Racing as well. It's good and it's robust defense for the battle for P6, but definitely have to be a little bit careful with eyes on this tremendous battle. Chris Foster defending from Jack Sherwood.
Sarah Stanley checking in from Vegas, rooting on Klaus Draymond and Rebel Racing. Thanks for joining us. Make sure that if you want a shout out or just want to say hi, check us out on the YouTube stream and post a message and we'll try and get to them as we can. Of course, with the racing action so good here in Spec Boxster, that is so much easier said than done. Down the straightaway, 4.5 minutes left to go. Here comes Draymond actually holding off Isaacson. It wasn't too long ago that we saw Isaacson trying to make his way through the field. Indeed, he is. We know how good of a driver Draymond is in the Porsche Owners Club that we normally see here on DriversEye Live, but now he's got a handful of Isaacson for position.
Yeah, now that Isaacson doesn't have to worry about his battle with Alan Watts, with Watts having had the spin a little bit earlier, it allowed him to draw up to the back of Klaus Draymond in the 09. Not content with just the top 5, now has the opportunity to pick up P4 in the Spec Boxster. It's good work from Trygve Isaacson in the number 95. Don't worry, you're not missing anything up at the front of the overall running order as we get a spun 9 up entry on the way through turn number 5. That is that was your class
Manu,
leader.
I believe.
Is it? I think you're right. Jeremy. It looked like a 911 Cup entry, but might have been
Yeah, Manu in the 83 911 SC Euro. Sitting in GT4, he was 16th overall. We'll see how far back that he goes. Oh, look at this. I was going to say, yeah, there goes Draymond holding off. Nice defense there on Isaacson. Isaacson trying to do what he can, and now one of the faster cars gets around, so that battle has died down for just a little bit.
Just very briefly there, it was a really good lunge there from Isaacson to try and set up Draymond on the inside of Rainy Curve there, turn number 9, had to back out of the throttle, absolutely killed his momentum down the short straight towards turn number 10, but able to set up Draymond again really well at the exit of turn 11 and onto the front straightaway. Gets a nice launch through the tight left-hander and a good run into the braking zone to the Andretti hairpin. Is it enough for him to draw up to the back of the green and white number 409? Once again, maybe not so much. Draymond is having to worry at the moment about the car just ahead of him. We don't have data on that car, ironically. It's a white 911, but maybe just distracting Klaus Draymond in the 409 a touch.
And it's Ben Merriman, actually, the number 48 in the GT5 class, as Merriman actually trying to do what he can. By the way, Manu down to 16th, 22 seconds behind Richard Baum as they work their way out of turn number 5 once again. Draymond trying to just hold back a couple of drivers as you see some of the faster traffic working their way around. Our eyes are on 5 as they through the corkscrew. Yeah, I talk for a living. You think that I'd be able to come up with words. Either way, this has been some fantastic racing. There's Draymond once again trying to hold off Isaacson. That's for a tight battle in the Spec Boxster class. Down through heading towards Rainy Curve they go. And they're going to have to deal with Herbeck here in the next couple of corners as well.
It really is remarkable how much these gaps change, not just from lap to lap, Jeremy, but really corner to corner. We see nose to tail action on the way up as we get a little complicated in traffic. Careful, Klaus Draymond. There's a car to the inside, 2 cars to the inside as they went 3 wide. It shoves Draymond out wide. Isaacson is caught in his own little mess there on the exit of turn number 11, obscured by the gravel that Draymond just kicked up. Climbing the hill once again. Draymond able to put a couple of car lengths between himself and Isaacson, and actually now able to put a whole car in there as well. But corner to corner, Jeremy, we see a gap that's maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. The next time they appear on our camera, like down at the corkscrew, it's out to 5 or 6 car lengths, and then they're nose to tail again by the time we get to turn number 11. You just can't take your eyes off this stuff.
You got 7 figure 2 from 7 all the way down to 11. They're just doing lots of left and right because you've got a lot of room to stretch your legs from the Andretti hairpin all the way over through the Rahal straight. And of course, by the way, look at the upper left-hand side of your screen. We're almost done with this race. So the next time by that you see Krigler come across the line, it will be for the checker flag. Oh, by the way, he's also opened up a 26-second gap. White flag is out, 1 lap to go for the 204. As still lots of great battles here in Spec Boxster. Oh, love this shot coming off of turn number 6 as everybody single file. Here comes Herbeck. I believe this is a battle also for position. Yes, it is. It's between BJ Nichols and Greg Herbeck. So Nichols is losing a little bit of ground, and Scott Dager also, after his spin, finally caught up. As Herbeck looks to the inside there of Nichols, not going to make anything happen down towards the final corner. Here comes Herbeck side by side. They beat and bang on each other. And Herbeck shoves his way in, and looks like BJ Nichols almost has a problem, but he's able to get away. But Dager also makes a 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, none of that was for class position. It was a really awkward kind of setup there, coming to what is the 1-to-go signal in PCA Club Racing, just the extended single index finger out over the start-finish line that begins our final lap of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The blue flag waving there. Oh, that's a checkered flag, isn't it, for Mark Krigler in the number 204? Yes, it is. So that is race done for your overall race winner. But plenty more racing action to come. There's Salveson in the number 79 off of the final corner. He'll take the class win in GTA 3. He only needed to defend from Daryl Shuster in the number 41, and good defense it was.
Yeah, fantastic defense there. And yeah, oops, looks like, so yeah, checker flag out for Krigler as he is your winner. Richie coming across the line as well here in just a little bit of time. a 411, got to keep in his nose clean. But Dagger, Herback, Nichols, all three of those drivers have to make one final attempt to see if they can work their way through it. Imagine they're through the whole corkscrew right now and setting up for the rainy curve. This was a fantastic battle. While Brennan, it had its moments of stretching out, to say the least. As you see right there's Dagger, Herback falling back, and even further back, BJ Nichols. We'll see what the race directors have to say in the post race, but this was a fantastic race to start off our weekend.
It's frantic, I think, Jeremy, is the word I would use. I don't think we're done yet, by the way, with Spec Boxster. We saw Krigler in the middle of a couple of the Spec Boxster cars, but I do not believe that Isaacson, Foster et al. Have taken the checkered flag. There goes Draven in the 409 and P4. There's Isaacson, and Foster and Sherwood are trapped in the middle. There's Foster, Sherwood just behind. They have not taken the checkered flag yet, so I'm not really sure how Krigler got himself inserted into the middle of that, but it kind of broke up that Spec Boxster battle on the last lap. Would have preferred to see it go kind of untouched there from some of the faster traffic, but anyway, boy, did Spec Boxster deliver here, Jeremy. From maybe not for the race lead or for the race win, which is going to go to Joseph Koo in the number 6, but from Draven on back, I mean, just action on action for the last 20 minutes or so of PCA race number 1 here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
And we have at least 2 more races that involve Spec Boxster. PLC will have their first race at about 1:10 Pacific for the orange class, and also race number 2 for PCA immediately following. So we'll see how that all plays out. But already some great racing action coming up next. We switch over to the Porsche Owners Club. Ryan will join me there, but we have red qualifying in 2 groups. That will be at about 12:10 p.m. here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
RJ? See you, man. How's your car? Awesome.
It's time to set the grid for today's one and only Red Group race. Time for the ground pounders to make their assault on WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you with us again as we're set for first half qualifying for the Porsche Owners Club Red Group. Ryan West alongside. Of course, we can't do this without the support of Jordan Worth in the background. And Ryan, this is absolutely a stellar facility. We saw already with race number one, a PCA, how good the action can be. I think we're going to see some fantastic action here in the Red Group today, too.
Absolutely. We're just right next to Dwayne Selby here. He is in the zone in the number 7 991.2 spec, one of my favorite classes in all of club racing. Let's take the old spec car that used to be seen around the world as a support series to F1, to IMSA, the whole nine. Let's get these cars that are a little bit cheaper nowadays, a little bit easier to run, and we'll throw these out here in a club racing sort of theory, right? I guess you'll say. Brett Gaviglio here, of course, in the GT3. That's the 996 with the turbo motor, of course, a power-to-weight class. This is the Max Daddy class in POC, and I'm always happy to see these guys. Again, the 991.2 delivers incredibly close racing. Lots of folks, lots of normal folks that we see all the time, lots of folks that we haven't seen yet this season set to compete here in the Red Group.
Well, it seems it's not just here at POC, but you go anywhere around the country, you have some of those legendary tracks like Road to America, Lime Rock Park, tracks like that exhibit and exude greatness. That seems to bring out drivers that we don't normally see out of the woodwork, and we're starting to see that this weekend.
Absolutely, and of course, this being the combined weekend with POC and PCA, it gives maybe some PCA entrants another opportunity to get their car out at the legendary WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca circuit. Again, great qualifying session in Orange, great race just a moment ago in PCA, and now we've got the first half of qualifying for the Red Group here. It's going to be great. I think the times we saw, Jeremy, at the beginning of the Orange Group qualifying, the times kind of crept up slowly. I think now we've got a lot of temperature in the track. I don't think we're going to see the same situation. I think the temperature in the track is going to cause the tires to be a little bit less grippy, and you're going to have to be a little bit more careful as we see an Audi R8 LMS come to the grid. Not something I have seen in Porsche Owners Club competition yet.
Oh, I always love to see the R8 LMS. Real quick, with the 120, it'll be the first car. That's Bob Mueller, one of those drivers who last time out, he was here at Laguna Seca last year, finished second one of the races, so we'll see what he can do. And that is the number 62. That is going to be Jacob Yesnick. That's an interesting story we'll talk about in qualifying as well. TA2 competitor, and looking at some of the socials, that, yeah, he does run that Audi. So technically it's in the Porsche family. I mean, good on him for coming out and playing, but he's going to be in the GT1 class with Alexandra Hayner, who is a Pro-Am champ of the McLaren Trophy, and yours Gretner, 4-time race winner. We'll get the session off the course, and the first half of the The red group out there. Of course, you see a lot of the ground pounders classes that we'll see here in the red group include GT1, 2, and 3. GT4, which I think that is actually the car that's going to be in the orange group. They may have made a last-minute switch. We'll check that in a bit. You got one Spec 992.1, which is actually now the previous generation, because I know at least in the Porsche Sprint Challenge and the Carrera Cup, they run the 992.2. So now we're starting to see more of the 992.1s make their way down into the Club Series. And of course, a handful of 991.2s that are out there. Dale Troster coming off the course with the one, but the big question is, how much more can Mike Monsalve win with this season? He's got 4 wins. He's won almost at every track we've been to outside of an EQ at Chuckwalla, and a second last time out at Willow Springs.
Yeah, Mike Monsalve always seems to be the guy to beat among the regular POC entrants. But again, I think this is going to be the best opportunity for somebody else in this class to have some wins here. It's not like Willow Springs or Chuckwalla that we go to multiple times a season. It's usually one trip up north per season, so maybe not the same setup data. You're never quite sure what the weather's going to do, and you've got extra competition. So I'm really, really looking forward to 991.2 this weekend.
By the way, Paul Wren, driver who won last time out at Willow Springs. So let's see if he has a hot hand, or if Monsalve has anything to answer. He'll be second car out for qualifying in Group 1. As you see the grid waiting, the grid worker waiting to give the 1 minute to go to get the cars to start here. What do you expect out of this, Ryan? Because every track we've seen different things happen to the red group. Most of them been spaced out. We saw some great racing action at Chuckwalla, especially the 991.2 with 2 minutes left to go until the grid. But, Willow Springs, it seemed like it was kind of a mixed bag.
Willow Springs is a little bit of a mixed bag, but that's a track really where the track is quite wide and you have a lot of different opportunities for racing lines at Willow Springs. There's, of course, one optimal line that you want to run, but especially going up the hill and coming back down the hill, you get a little bit more opportunity, or even in that big final corner, that long sweeper. There's different lines, different angles, different ways you can square it off to make it happen. Here at Laguna Seca, the racing line is the racing line. If you don't have the apex lined up correctly, you don't have the throttle pickup point lined up correctly, you're going to lose some time. So I think as a result, it races really close. But as we talked about earlier, there's not a whole ton of places to make passes. And so you got to really pick and choose your battles and basically wait to capitalize on someone making a mistake. If Mike Monsalve can qualify on pole here, I think he's going to be really hard to beat. But again, we've got lots of newcomers and oldcomers here to give him a run for his money.
And the entry list as well, the one, the only Greg Gorski. So we'll see what he can do qualifying as our timing and scoring is reset. So we're just moments away from cars getting released onto the circuit. And you were talking about the lines here. What stuck out in my mind, especially during the PCA race earlier today, is now cars are being released onto the course for their first session. Poor Bob being told, hey, wake up, we gotta get you guys out there on the course. So he's out there, Monsalve already with a gap. But back to my point, you saw drivers take some interesting lines through the Andretti hairpin. Sometimes they made it work, other times not so much.
The Andretti hairpin really is one of the only spots on this track where there's different opportunities to take different lines. Your shallow approach, your wide approach, to set up how you want to have the exit. Unfortunately, if you don't get your exit right, you're kind of at a standstill heading down to turn 3. It's what I really like about this track is basically the run from turn 4 all the way through turn 6. You have to be inch perfect on your inputs to make sure you get the maximum amount of speed through there. Now, turn 3, you can kind of get the car slowed up enough that you can reset anything you may or may not have done correctly for turn 2 at the Andretti hairpin, but you got to make sure you're locked in for the next bit there, as we see a couple of our GT1 runners here this weekend as well.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. We don't see GT1 too often here in POC, so I'm excited to see what they can do. Here are some of the drivers you'll see out there. Bob Mueller, the 128, Mike Monsalve, as we mentioned. Nathan Johnson as well, Dwayne Selby, Evan Benade, Blair Boyce, Garrett Wesseling, Tom Mueller, Eric Olbers, James Williams, Urs Gettner, Greg Gorski, Otto Prodescu, Dan Aspacia, and Bayan Salehi. So 15 cars will take to the track for this first qualifying session as the timer has started. 15 minutes to set a lap. That should get you going and set the grid for today's race. By the way, red gets off at 3 o'clock Pacific. They'll be back to back with the orange group. We've got, like we said, when we talk about hard and fast action coming at you, we really do mean it, as the first orange race is in just about an hour's time.
Absolutely, and we'll see everybody here, just like in the orange group qualifying, taking their time, giving themselves a little bit of space between one another so they have the room to do what they need to do line-wise and brake and acceleration-wise. You want to make sure you've got a nice, clear track ahead of you to set your best qualifying time. So it'll be just a bit before we see these guys really put the hammer down. More or less, Jeremy, I think coming down the hill, you finally get some temperature into the tires, and you start to pick up the pace after the corkscrew. You got that quick little segment there on your way down to the final turn, and then you really turn it on.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting ride. You know, we mentioned how some of these cars were kind of kicking some wheels up off the ground, coming around the corkscrew. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. You see the drivers kind of getting their cars warmed up, getting their tires warmed up. Of course, also, we mentioned in the previous POC group how Spec Boxer, one of those classes where you have to run the same tire, 991.2 and GT classes must run the same tire set for the same weekend. And that's about the point where it's going to differ. You know, you saw the Spec Boxers out there, you know, lap after lap after lap, beating up those Toyota tires. That's going to be a little bit different here in this group, because you'll see drivers make one, maybe two flyers and say, you know what, that's it, I'm done. Need to save my tires for the weekend.
Absolutely. All this energy in the track now, the track having sat in the sun for the better part of the last 2 or 3 hours here, as the fog burns off. The Northern California coastal fog comes in every morning, of course, especially this time of year. But that usually burns off around this time, 10, 11 o'clock. And it's now 12:13 local. So getting more and more energy in the track as we go. The conditions, Jeremy, are going to be different from qualifying to the race. It's going to be even greasier, even slicker, especially on these spots where we've got the repave having been done very recently.
And so finding your ground, whatever notes you had last year, you might want to throw those out and get them back out there. By the way, got a couple other cars that decided to join us for qualifying. Anders Hayner, good to see him back out here. Alexandra Hayner, Tim Salveson, and Daryl Troster, who just came off the course for PCA, is out there. So 19 cars for this first half of qualifying.
Yeah, lots of people electing to run the double, of course, in the PCA race. I saw Nick Kildani immediately from orange group qualifying into the blue group race for PCA. So I think people really enjoying this opportunity to have almost twice as much track time, depending on which class you're running.
Of course, we see them up and down the order. The more you can run, the better that you are. So no surprise that some of these drivers deciding that they were going to go ahead and make the effort to run both series. As right now, Mike Monsalve to the top, 29.171. Bob Mueller, 29.304. He's going to be a driver to watch. I think he's going to be the wild card, as well as Nathan Johnson in the number 76.31.123. As the times are starting to come on, I wouldn't be surprised to see drivers get one more time, and we'll start to see that the circuit empty out. Greg Gorski to fourth with a 31.890. And we'll see what some of these cars can do. I'm excited to see what the Hainers can do, with Anders being a late entry, and he goes to the top, 29.168. So that is going to be the time to beat overall.
Only by about 3 1,000ths over Mike Monsalve in the 991.2. Now, I imagine that Hayner in the GT1 car is going to find a little bit more pace here on lap 2. Big tires on these GT1 cars, so maybe a little bit more difficult to get some pace into them. I anticipate that car will be much faster, but it does speak to the skill of Monsalve being the perennial front runner in 991.2, that his pace is right up there with the GT1 guys.
Alexandra with a 30.593, fourth fastest, 1.4 seconds behind Hayner. The Bob Mueller goes to the top, 28.637, a half second faster than the GT1 car, as the drivers making their way down the corkscrew. It's so fun to watch cars just make that downhill run to the edge of the earth as they work their way through Rainy Curve and through 10 and now into 11. Monsalve to the top, 28.295. So Monsalve says, yeah, hey, Anders, you can go fast. I can go faster.
That moves Anders Hayner down into third position on the grid here. Of course, the grid may or may not be separated based on what kind of times we get. Even if you're in a faster class, they don't necessarily want you to start ahead and trip up the 991.2 class, which moves as a group more times than not, either between 4 and 6 cars deep, all trying to dice through the slower traffic, which I believe we will see in the second half of qualifying here, as one of the cars is off in the dirt. We were just talking about that, Jeremy, where you run out of turn 2, you can maybe work some magic with the lines there, as that car is going to stay well offline and rejoin here, back up to pace. But you've got to get the exits right here, or you're going to lose a ton of speed. I think there's something wrong with that white and black 911 there.
Yeah, not sure who that is, but 31, yeah, very slow and off the pace, deciding to stay on the circuit and now get back up to the paces. We'll see who that is once they cross the line this next time by. But yeah, just trying to get those tires clean and set up for a fast run to see if they can get a faster time this time out. Another lap will be clocked here by some of the drivers. I have a feeling Monsalve's probably like, you know what, I can stand on that 28.259, I should say. The points leader right now in the Spec 991.2, the ProAudioland.com Monsalve Motorsports, number 87.
And just looking a little bit further down through the order here, Eben Benade at 131.5. He got almost no running at this event last season. He had his car early into the wall in the morning during practice, so he hasn't seen this track in some time. I expect that he'll get faster over the course of the weekend. And this 131.5, I don't think super representative of his pace overall. He's made big strides in that 991.2 Cup car over time. Same with the number 100 of Anna Prodescu, currently at 130.5, down for 10th overall right now. She also has been making progress over the course of the last couple of years here in 991.2. So I think those are going to be the two that I want to watch this weekend to see where they end up at the end of the second red race as we get more and more miles at what is a pretty unfamiliar track for a lot of the POC entrants.
But how many times have we seen Eben qualify at the, and you know, where he's at right now, probably the middle near the back of the 991.2 class, and he's made his way up through the front. So
absolutely,
I'm not too worried about Eben's lap time. Same goes for Anna. We know that she can be quick. You know, look at how quick that she was at Chuckwalla in that 100. A pair of seconds. She actually finished second also at our first button willow race of the year. So she's got pace in that 100 Liqui 991.2 Cup car. It's just, you take a look at who's at the top. Monsalve, Mueller, Johnson, both Tom and Nathan Mueller are 4th and 5th overall, 3rd and 4th in the class, and starting to see more cars come down pit road. So it's just going to be a tough weekend for those drivers who we normally see at the back half of the top of the field.
Absolutely. And like you were saying, it's a lot of these folks that come through the field during the middle of the race that they may or may not have the absolute qualifying pace. And again, this being a track that demands your full attention in qualifying, then it's really easy to make a mistake and lose a second here, a second there. And so being able to work your way through the traffic, work your way up through the fields, and stay in that group, really, really important. We saw that actually at Buttonwillow this season with Anna Prodescu, that not only was she in second place, Jeremy, but she was right up the back of Mike Monsalve for most of the second half of that race, and just, I think, ran out of time to make a move there.
Yeah, that was an absolute fantastic banger of a race. If you didn't see that live, catch that on DriverSeye Live after today's racing action, because in my opinion, that's some of the best racing that we have seen all season long. And I'm talking about all throughout the racing that we have covered here on DriverSeye Live for Porsche Owners Club. That right there was a masterclass in racing and race defense.
Absolutely it was. And it's really unfortunate about that 991.2 class is at the end of the day, there's some races where there's not a ton of passing, but you'll have 4 or 5 cars finishing nose to tail because the racing is so tight, because the drivers are all doing what they need to do, and it's just there's not a whole lot in it. You don't have anybody faster enough to jump down the inside and make a big move, because you don't want to take people out either.
A couple of drivers still out there trying to log some fast laps. Garrett Wesseling comes across the line, does not log anything faster than his 30.824, running in the number 722 in Spec 991.2. Let's see who that is coming across the line. That is going to be a GT1 Porsche, it looks like. And not sure if that was Mueller. No, that wasn't Mueller. No, definitely. But either way, it's still just a couple of cars. There's Anna Pradescu, as we mentioned. Her fast time is a 30.304 last time by, 32.246. So I think she's getting at that point where she needs to kind of think about conserving tires and just, you know what, parking it and letting the nature come to its course.
Absolutely. As we just wait for our timing to refresh back here. Of course, lots of moving parts with the timing this weekend with two separate series trying to run at the same time. So you've got, trying to use, in theory, the same set of timing beans, et cetera, et cetera. So we're waiting for the data to repopulate here. I believe that's Garrett Westling, followed by Anna Pradescu, we can see on our screen. Just coming back down the hill. I think Westling gives Pradescu a little bit of a space there so that she can finish her flying lap. Coming down here into the final corner. Another one of these corners where it's very difficult to figure out what the best way to go is. There is, in fact, one line, but you've got to make sure you hit the brakes at the right time and roll as much speed as you can through that apex in what is one of the slowest parts of the track as you have your run to the finish line.
I'm not sure if Gorski got the checker flag, but he logs his fastest lap of the race with the qualifying session with a 29.034. That's good enough for fourth fastest in the 991.2 class, as a couple other drivers. Let's see here, Blair Boyce with a 30.862. That's 13th quickest overall, but so far the time to beat is going to be out of the 87 of Mike Monsalve with a 28.259. And you've got two very fast drivers sitting there in the false grid waiting to get out there. One of them being the 62 of Jacob Yesnick. Also, we haven't seen what Brecken Viglio can do in his number 70 2003 Cup car.
Indeed, just waiting for some folks to finish some lap times here. I believe the second half of the red qualifying is going to be the sort of Cayman GT4 type cars as well. So this should be it for the true ground pounders at the top of the field.
And we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm kind of holding on to hope that R8 might give us a little bit of a show there. And the youngster, Jacob Yesnick, as works his way down the corkscrew, the driver, the number 62, your TA2 driver, trying to find his footing in professional racing. As we all know, Ryan, especially you and I particularly, it's tough to do, and you just got to find your little niche there.
Got to find your way, and there's always plenty of opportunities for people to spend lots of money to get up there. But if you have the skill and not quite the billionaire's checkbook, you got to grind every lap you're given and try to make as best a show as you can in order to get the looks from some of these factory programs, or indeed older gentlemen who are looking for a young hot shoe who's got something to prove. That's somebody that you like taking onto your team as well.
I always tell some of the younger drivers, if you cannot make it, you can't make that your way up to IndyCar, because it's tough. You got 27 drivers you're competing against to get into that seat. Go down, the route of finding a pay driver and become their teammate, become their coach, something like that. There are plenty of ways to make a good living in racing. Heck, I even talked to a driver who we came up through the sports car ranks together a couple of weekends ago at an NASCAR race. And I looked at him. I go, you seem pretty happy. He goes, you know what? Yeah, I wanted to go down sports cars, but I'm making a decent living doing this. So it's not just finding your niche. It's okay. Well, if I can't do this, what can I do instead? As the second half of qualifying, the drivers come out onto the circuit.
Absolutely. I think there's more cars in this red group than I was initially giving it credit for, to be honest. I thought we would see a pretty sparsely populated group, but indeed it looks like there's lots of even the higher power cars about to come out.
Well, normally it's, the orange group has, the upper half of the 30s. Sometimes we're lucky if we can get 32, 33 cars in the red group, but with this being a POC PCA weekend, this is absolutely fantastic. By the way, I saw the Rob Walker Racing logo. I want to say hi to Rob. I know that he's out there watching, and wish you're out here, bud, but we'll see you here in a couple weeks' time as well at the second Willow Springs race. only one driver that we're waiting on a name for than Spec 992.1, but yeah, you've got Brett Gaviglio, Roland Schmidt, Mark Kriegler coming in, Paul Barnes, Mick Janaszek Jr., Andy Sloan, John Heldman, Phil Town, Osei Apiagi, Scott Matz, Ryder Leo, I should say, and Kelly Tribole as they work their way around their warm-up lap for their 15-minute session. And it's going to be just the same that we saw earlier. They're going to do one, maybe two flyers and decide to come in.
Yeah, got to keep those tires good for the whole weekend, and we still don't know what tomorrow brings us as we see two of these Porsche Caymans come down the mighty corkscrew. Bill Town out there as well now running in the red group. That car used to be an orange group car and is now running in red, I think with a little bit more competition available to Phil Town here.
A little bit more juice, to say the least. And yeah, good to see. Let's see what Phil could do here in the GT4 class. Up and around the final corner, they will start their flying lap, and hopefully they'll start to gap themselves as well. You see Hellman coming around the circuit for the first time at speed. And now cars are starting to get their legs out under them, and we will see what we can do for this session. Again, the time to beat. That Anders Hayner that in the last second got a 27.3. Am I reading that right?
I believe that's what I'm seeing as well. Yep. Of course, we did have that kind of weird thing with the timing just recently, so take that with a grain of salt, of course.
Yeah, of course. So possibly 27.3. Jaques Monsalve down to third right now. We'll get the final results here shortly, but unofficially, Anders Hayner with a 27.330. And going to be interesting to see how that plays out as all the Porsches and the Audi R8 are set to take assault on their qualifying lap, running uphill from turn 5. Here's the view through turn number 6, and we'll get the times for you here shortly. But if there's anybody who I think can challenge, some of these drivers up the top, it's going to be Gaviglio.
Gaviglio, of course, a part of that group that regularly runs in the POC in that beautiful bright blue GT3 car that Flomi talked about on the grid, the 996 Turbo with the cool body kit, etc. on there. Really good looking car. One of my favorite cars in club racing, in fact, just to see that thing out there. Sounds unique, of course, with the turbocharged motor.
Really does, and we're on board with the number 70 right now, 19th fastest overall, 33.181. But the more that car gets spooled up, the more that it will kind of drop the times. So we'll see what he can do in that number 70. I think that is the quickest right now in GT3. 19th overall as I go through my screen. Yeah. So Gaviglio, your quickest, just takes one lap to get ahead of Bayan Salehi with the 33.606, 33.181 out of Gaviglio, setting up for the corkscrew. Watch this. If you've never seen this, just look at how it's cutting in and out, but you could still see just the downhill going through the corkscrew. Still one of the best quarters in motorsport internationally, period, full stop.
Absolutely, and that 70, of course, I think had a little bit of an advantage. Even though it's a power-to-weight class, you've got the twin turbocharged motor able to give you a little bit more torque, a little bit more punch to get up the hill, as some of these naturally aspirated 4-liter cars might start to struggle a little bit. They just don't have nearly the torque that the turbocharged car has.
Still down through the straightaway across the line. Let's see how the times work out as they are just still setting one of the faster flyers. And here's what's interesting. Gaviglio does not set a faster flyer, 35.922. So he's probably either A, backing off, realizing that's probably the best he's going to do today, or B, going to set up for one final attempt at the flyers. We mentioned this is one of the classes where you can only run one set of tires throughout the weekend, so better make them last. Of course, it's one of those weekends also where we have 2 qualifying sessions, but still 2 races for the red group throughout the weekend. One later today, by the way. Next time you'll see these cars on the track will be 3 o'clock Pacific time, as race number 1 will take set through there. So far, so good around the Andretti hairpin. And let's see who's like our waiting for data driver is fifth fastest overall, fourth in the 992.1 class of the 28.720.
Ryder Liu improved on his time last time by. He's now only a second and a half adrift of the 70 of Brett Gaviglio in GT3. So it's the 683 of Ryder Liu, I believe, is a 997 Cup car. Indeed it is. So 134.7 to Gaviglio's 133.1. So again, about a second and a half there. Puts him third in GT3. Bayan Salehi, 133.6. As Gaviglio goes faster, a 131.9. So Gaviglio into the 131s here is going to, I think, consolidate his position at the front of GT3. But we'll see if Salehi has the ability to respond there. His last lap, a 133.6. So a little bit of work to do there if he wants to get back up near Gaviglio as far as lap time is concerned anyway.
Salehi with a second and a first at Chuckwalla, the number 15 team. Salehi Racing Sport Utility Motor Cars Porsche GT3. One of those drivers I think could go toe-to-toe with Gaviglio, but you got to make sure that you get him on a mistake because, he, like Monsalve, he's just the class of his field.
Of course, you've got Mick Janoschak Jr. down 136.5, followed by Andy Sloan, 138.0, and Kelly Triboulet, 139.3. So a wide variety of lap times available here in GT3. Scott Matz, 138.5. And again, not a track that POC goes to very often. So if you've got your car set up for the high desert, wide racetracks available to us in Southern California, this one's going to feel a little bit different as we have Phil Town going slow in the Rule 1 car here. I think just letting everybody by so that everybody gets another clean run at things here.
Sloan trying to slow down for his possible next run. Looks like that we will have a 32-car field for this red class, so that's always a lot of fun to see. You know, just a healthy mix of cars, and of course, it just goes to show that it doesn't matter, you know, what series it's in. If you have those mix of cars, it will be it's just going to make everybody just that much better. As 6 minutes left to go in this race. Well, that was an interesting move there, coming off the corkscrew. Not sure what exactly happened there, but either way, you know, a couple cars getting a little close together in qualifying. As we work our way through the field once again, still fast time to beat, and I don't think it's going to be easily beat either. As let's go to the top, Anders Hainer with a 27. It just reset on me. Either way, 27.330.
Ryder Liu improves again to 134.6. So that puts him well on pace next to Phil Town in the GT3 class here. Gaviglio is still at the front of the field, though. I think that's going to be hard to reach as well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be hard as you see the 697 pulling off, letting faster traffic go. So I think that John Heldman's done with his session. 35.301, the fastest time out of the 697. Let's see, Kelly Triboulet with a 39.343. That's the fastest time out of the 511. Urs Gretner with a 32.051, that 930 turbo. Sitting in GT1. That's good enough for 20th overall in class. Blair Boyce, that's a drive we haven't mentioned too much, 30.862. I'll tell you what, this 991-2 class is going to be absolutely tight with as close as everybody is. Not necessarily at the front, Ryan, but towards the middle of the pack.
Indeed, and you're going to have a lot of cars on track here. Laguna Seca, as much as the pictures don't do it justice, not a tremendously long track, a shorter track as far as things go. Only about 30 or 40 cars really fills up this track. There's going to be traffic to work as well. I know some of these drivers are a little bit better than others at working through the traffic. In the red group, the traffic is less of a problem, more so than in the orange group, I think. But that's going to be an issue as well, is if you're in all these classes that are so tight together and in these groups that stay with each other, how big of a difference is it going to make when you lose half a second or a full second trying to deal with a slower class car?
It will be quite interesting to see how it all works out as you'll have a lot of lap traffic. You saw the lap traffic during the PCA race, and I think that you're going to see much of that, both in the red and the orange classes, as you got a quick glimpse of the Audi R8 making his way through the field. Of course, that is the number 62 of Jacob Yesnick. I'm thinking that is our... that's our waiting for data drivers. I don't see him in the standings, so we can say, well, yeah, we can say.
I think that's Phil Town.
Yeah, that's Phil Town that spun there. Good eye right there, as Town kind of has that back end stepping out around turn number 5. We've seen a lot of that, and I think that's going to be easy to do. But the Town able to get going, so he'll probably just clean off the tires and call it a session.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. If you're already 244 to here, you maybe get back around in time to make one more lap. But why put more miles on the tires if you don't need to?
Not even that, because the checker flag is out for this session.
Oh,
so
a
handful of drivers in town deciding that, yeah, I'm just going to go straight into the paddock. So with that in mind, that gives Anders Heener the fastest lap of the session, I should say, 27.330. Nathan Johnson, provisional pole for 991.2 with a 29.139. And you also have, I believe got to go down the 19th for Brett Caviglio with a 31.982. All right, next time we see these cars on track, as we mentioned, it's going to be 3 o'clock Pacific for the race that we'll have later on today. But we've got some more POC action coming up in just a little bit of time. It's race number 1 for the Orange Group.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. Allowing us to create exclusives alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch. By
It's time for the first POC race of the weekend as the Orange Group takes set for the first of two races here on Saturday at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We saw how wild and frenzy the boxer spec racing action was. What will we see here for POC? Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. My name is Jeremy Scott. And as you see on the grid, we have plenty drivers ready to go for the 13th lap of action. Alongside is Ryan West. Ryan, it's going to be interesting because we know how good the Spec Boxster class is, but now you throw in the wrinkle of there are some drivers who are unfamiliar to POC. They're not having to worry about laps as much as they are having to worry about time. Now you throw that in the equation. You've got some fast POC drivers who aren't necessarily racing in PCA this weekend. So it's kind of a mix for this. It's going to be more of a wrench in the plan than we normally see.
Always fun to go racing with more friends, Jeremy. That's what I'm excited about. You got more people on track. Yeah, you're going to have to learn some of these guys that you haven't seen before, go in both directions. But at the end of the day, more cars is always better. I've always said that. If NASCAR had 65 cars on the track, it would be even better. So I stand by that.
No, I mean, at the bigger tracks, yeah. Well, you know what? 65 tracks at Bristol. Yeah, I go with that.
Yeah.
Either way, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this field shakes up. As you see, we got a couple of cars missing from the grid, but we are just a handful of minutes away from releasing. I think that's the 3-minute call that we see from the grid right there. And it's going to be very wild to see what we can see. Of course, no Rob Walker this weekend. So that brings the field wide open, if you ask me.
I think so as well, but you have the series regular, Nick Milani here in second position. I think he's going to be the favorite among the normal runners. But of course, you have the 262 car on the pole. Jordan Worth, our producer, do we have the grid graphic available? Is that something we can start our rundown on? It is. And so we're going to start with Phil Town in GT5. I don't know if he's going to run in this group or not. Vivek Hazari in Spec 2.7. He leads the 2.7s class as we go to row 2. Bear Salehi, the number 47 in the GT5 class, followed by Enrique Mar. Jeremy, take it away.
Let's see, take a look at the next row. John Momeyer and Nick Malloy making up row 3 as the Spec Boxster class kind of mixed in with this. Murray Wonderly, that's definitely...
I don't think this is the right grid. This is the wrong grid.
It's not the right grid. Sure. Well...
This is wrong.
That's the wrong grid. Let me see if I can pull up some sort of grid here, because that was it's like, wait a second, Rob Walker, well, that's technical difficulties. Don't you love when that happens? Well, either way, cars are about ready to get set to hop onto the course. As you see down there, 13 laps of action around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as I try and find my handy-dandy timing and scoring my iPad for the results. You can actually watch timing and scoring on Race Monitor. Now, here's the interesting wrinkle that we have today, Ryan, is we're kind of, because this is a split POC PCA race, you're going to have to go to different Laguna Secas. So you've got the POC Laguna Seca and the PCA Laguna Seca as well. And, of course, the one driver we're not expecting here in this race is going to be John Vogel. Vogel, who had that problem coming off of turn number 4, ended up pulling off to the side. Not sure if that mechanical has been fixed. I do see a yellow Boxster, so it could have been. But then again, Jerry Chang up at the front, so that tells me that you do see... you do see that we are missing at least one. There is at least one of our multiple in-car cameras. It is the 225 of Alan Watts, as he will get set to roll off from the middle of the pack. And Grid kind of talking to race control and Chang's crew talking to him, and cars are released onto the circuit. They'll get 1 pace lap and 13 laps of action here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca GT5, Spec Boxster, SCR, and Spec 2.7. And Ryan, the big story here is we've got another Spec 2.7 competitor.
Yeah, we've got 3 able to make the start here today. We've got John Momeyer, Vivek Hazari, and Enrique Mar, your 3 cars in Spec 2.7 on the grid. A 4th car potentially to be seen. I know that it is here somewhere at the track. I do have the grid available here. I can rip through this quickly. Jerry Chang, followed by Nick Kilani, Nigel Maidman, Dallas Carroll, Dominic Ong, Larry Haas, Gil Briganti, Klaus Drayman, Alex Maslov, John Krylo is your top 10 in Boxster, followed by Alain Stad, Dima Etemedian, Brian O'Meara, Alan Watts, David Gold, Rado Eberly, Branimir Kovac, Mark Boschert, Greg Scarcello, Andrew Wayman, Herb Kunitz, Bob Chang, Mark Sellier, Mike Porteous, Karen Robinson, Jane Scarcello, and Diane Caffaretta rounds out the spec Boxster. They're going to start up front by themselves. And your second group is going to be the GT4 cars of John Vogel and Sporea Razavan. You've then got John Momeyer in the Spec 2.7, Bill Durant in the GT5, Douglas Volder in Carrera Spec, Vivek Hazari in Spec 2.7, Bear Salehi in GT5, and then Enrique Marr in Spec 2.7 as well. So that rounds out 35 starters here in the Orange Race number 1, Jeremy.
35 cars, pretty healthy field for the Orange Race. Of course, this is not the only Orange Race that we'll see here today. They'll round out their day at 3:50 p.m. Pacific, so plenty of time to make this happen. Of course, as we said, 13 laps on the docket for today's race. Field starting to pair up on the backside of the circuit, going up the Rahal Straight as they'll work their way through the corkscrew and then down Rainy Curve. It'll be quite interesting to see what happens. You see Killarney closing in. There's Murray Wonderly as well as the field working their way down the corkscrew. As we mentioned, Grazie Alex, I should say, as we memorialize the late, great Alex Zanardi. Down Rainy Curve they come. And that's where the field is starting to pair up. It'll be wave 1, full of Boxsters. Chang and Wonderly will make up that front row. Who will be at the front as they come around turn number 10 ever so slowly, letting the rest of the Spec Boxsters make their way into frame as a nice and tight formation for the first half of the Spec Boxster field. They'll work their way out of turn number 11 and set up for the I wouldn't say long front straightaway, but once they get to the start-finish line, it's going to be an uphill climb to the Andretti hairpin as the field looking nice and tidy around. Eyes on the starter as we are just about set to get ready for our first POC race of the weekend. It's Chang and Wonderly on the front row. They start to pick up speed. Green flag is out and we are underway. A couple of cars trying to go 2-3 wide, heading up into the Andretti hairpin. Indeed, we see at least a little bit of 3 wide.
Oh, look at that. Kilnani off into the lead here into turn 2 comfortably.
4 wide. Yeah, Killarney, no surprise here that he is able to jump up front into the lead as everybody so far so good. Little Tusk kicked up there near the middle of the pack, but it's Nick Killarney, your leader. Of course, you see Chang falling back at least 2-3 spots as he is no longer in second place, but Killarney trying to hold off there. Wonderly in position, eyes on the field. Green flag is out for the rest of the pack as once again we start to go 3 wide, and of course it gets wider the more closer you get to the Andretti hairpin, but Ryan, it's kind of a deceitful wideness.
It is, because you are going to have to funnel all the way back down, and you got to stay along with the curve of the track. You can't really use the outside and stay on track as you head through turn 1 into turn 2. Turn 2, of course, being the Andretti hairpin. A much cleaner, a much less fraught start than the start of the front group.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, you don't have a whole bunch of spec cars all in position right there as you see the Spec 2.7. And it's weird to say this, Momeyer's in the lead. No, that's not the weird part. The weird part is Hazari, look at that's right. That's him right there in the 152 as he is tail end Charlie of group number 2. But still, interesting to see if Hazari can come up through the pack, but you're going up through turn number 5, couple of cars going off into the runoff. That's fine there, just when that one of those wheels decides to get involved. And we mentioned in qualifying to watch out for the 47 of Salehi. Normally he kind of inserts himself into any battle. They're going to go 3 wide up the hill, but so far so good as you see the 152 of Hazari trying to make his way up through that second wave.
I think, we talked about this a little bit in qualifying. He's making his way through, but I think you don't worked so hard at this race. You've got 2 more races and a qualifying session after this to run on the same set of tires. I don't think you root the tires here trying to bring home a second place. You could just as easily maybe hit 3rd or 2nd either way. As we go back to Spec Boxster here. Field having spread out a little bit more. Nick Kilani under attack, though, from behind. Has a comfortable lead over Jerry Chang, but I think that's Maidman behind him.
Yeah, Maidman sitting back there in 4th place, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen. Don't have timing because timing is down, but however, you do see that now Kilani trying to hold off all comers for the lead as they work their way out of 5, heading into turn number 6 once again. And up the hill, here comes Wonderly trying to go for a battle for 3rd place, trying to hold off, get around Chang around the outside as they work their way through the corkscrew. Wonderly now up to, actually Wonderly is up to 2nd because something happened there to Kilani. He's fallen all the way back to 3rd.
Indeed, so a little bit of a checkup having to happen there. We talked about this in qualifying. It just takes a couple of mistakes here. They're really easy to make, and you're going to cost yourself a ton of speed, especially in a momentum car like these Spec Boxsters.
Single file formation as they work their way down a new leader. They're trying to work through timing as we speak, and I believe that could be. And I'm not gonna guess who that is right now because we are single file so far. As Kilani falls back to 3rd, Wonderly to the 2nd place as he's going to try and go in on the point. And once again, Chang having to try and hold off for position, but already a decent-sized gap opening up as they work their way coming out of the Andretti hairpin into 3.
A little bit of a move there on the way into turn 3. I think people trying to make up some ground where they can. This race starting to get a little bit more spread out than I would have expected, of course, but being the first race of the weekend, everybody's got a little bit different perspective on where they need to be, but tires relatively fresh here. Getting under attack again by the car from behind. That's the pole sitter now, languishing in what I believe to be 4th position right now.
Yeah, that's definitely the pole sitter that's falling back there. Having to hold off the comer there in 5th place. As they
I think that's Larry Haas in there.
Yeah, Larry Haas with a good running so far. Of course, he's been trying to come up to speed. Last time out at Willow Springs, a 6th, a 7th, and a 5th. So the season's starting to come to the driver, the number 228, Woodcrest Engineering, the sponsor there. As you see some back and forth right through that stretch as well. And it looks like that Maidment has closed in once again on the lead, but you also see Kilani trying to hold off not only Chang, but he's also trying to hold off the hard-charging Haas as he got a bit of a battle there towards the middle of the pack as well. Just a couple laps into this race, and yeah, like you said, Ryan, I think that the field being strung out, yeah, that's fine because it's just race number 1. But all these Spec Boxers have to get their Toyo tires throughout the whole weekend without punishing them.
Absolutely, I think this is going to come back together, especially after the 2nd qualifying session for race 3 tomorrow. Of course, got 3 races in the orange group, 2 races in the red group, so plenty more racing action to come as we work on the timing here.
There we go. So the leaders 106, Dallas Carroll. Carroll, who came up, as we're not going to get too much because they just came up, but Dallas Carroll came up from the 2nd row and now making his way up to the front. That's Maidment, Kilani, Chang, and Haas with your top 5. Krylo, Edmayan, Watts, Maslow, and O'Meara rounding out your top 10. And Kilani holding off Chang and Haas once again all the way down the corkscrew. They'll set up for the rainy curve here in just a little bit, but either way, working their way around. There we go. The pylon is back up.
All right, and so Dallas Carroll currently at 143.2, their best lap last time by. That puts him about a second adrift of Kildani, which would explain to some extent why Kildani has fallen down the order. Only one position, but had gone to the lead on the way into turn 2, which acts as sort of a turn 1 here as far as being the first big braking and funnel point here, as he's still under attack from Jerry Chang, who's got to be kicking himself for this slow start to the race. It looks like he's got a little bit more pace than Kildani does right now, trying to find a way around. But again, as we've been saying, a difficult place to pass here. You really have to wait for somebody to make a mistake to get a clean opening without forcing the issue too much.
As you're on board with Kildani, as he works his way coming out of turn number 3, setting up for 4. You see the gap that Maidment had opened up on Kildani. Of course, also, with there being so many sessions, you have to keep your tires fresh for. Tire management and tire equity are two things that I don't know if Dallas Carroll is going to have. I mean, yeah, it's great that you're leading the race. It's great that you might win this race, but how's that going to set you up for the race later tonight, qualifying, and tomorrow's race?
I do think there's a degree of being out in front with a little bit of a gap here that Dallas Carroll is going to be able to work a little bit slowly, a little bit more methodically, and try to hopefully preserve some tires while being up front. We've seen this in IndyCar a lot of times as well, where occasionally the front driver, because they're not doing all this battling and braking in goofy spots and doing all these things, is able to keep a little bit more life in the tires, which then, of course, helps you stay out in the lead even more. So as we reset the field here for race 2 later today, I think he'll end up being all right, but we may see the result of that as we come into race 3. And you see here, Chang tries to make the move, cannot make it stick down the inside. Nick Kildani gives him the space. I think he's going to have a better launch off of turn 11 there, and indeed, Chang not able to make the move stick. Whoa!
Oh, that's a problem.
And nice, he's able to hold on to it.
That's a nice little tank slapper there. By the way, you're saying Dallas Carroll's just a pseudo name for Alex Blow? Is that what you're trying to tell us here?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, 100%.
And we'll see what happens here is, once again, Chang all over the back of Kildani. Larry Haas deciding the discretion, the better part of valor. I'm going to back off and let that all come to me. But still, Jerry Chang, your pole sitter, trying to see if he can get up to the front and get that bottom step of the podium in the first race of the weekend here for POC and the Orange Group as they work their way headed towards turn number 5. It's nose to tail, about a car length gap between Kildani and Jerry Chang. Further back, you've also had battles for 12th place between Alain Stad and Gil Bergenti. That is for 12th place, and behind them, Mark Boschert also coming into play. You also have Reto Eberle and David Gold battling for 16th place back there, but still a lot of great battles here for this third place between Kildani and Chang. Down the corkscrew they come once again. And remember, Chang was your both of these drivers actually on the front row, but Chang, something happened there on the front, whether he decided, you know what, I'm just going to go easy, or just, could not get that car up to speed early on.
Just to look back at Spec 2.7, make sure we're keeping an eye across all the classes here. Not a ton has changed. John Momeyer is still in the lead of Spec 2.7, a 144.6 last time by. Vivek Hazari, 16 seconds behind John Momeyer. He's moved up into second position. And then Enrico Mar in third position. He's down the 2 minutes range as far as last lap. So still getting to grips with that car in Spec 2.7. GT5 built to rant. Holds a comfortable lead over Bear Salehi. GT4 in Carrera spec, of course, the 970 and the 210 out by themselves.
Yeah, so lots of great racing action here in the Spec Boxster class, and plenty of time to get this done. 7 laps to go. One thing that we mentioned is, yes, the track is kind of short, but at the same time, when you're running these Spec Boxsters, you got to keep the momentum up. And they're definitely doing that. It's in 43.4. That's not a bad lap time, especially when you're traveling around for, at speed, I should say. Let's see what Jerry Chang can do here on Nick Kildani as he closes and going to look to the inside. Kildani shuts the front door on him, going up the Rahal straight. They'll work their way over to the corkscrew, and who's going to be in front? Oh, right now you got Maidment, but Kildani still holding off Chang. But Ryan, I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we see these two duke it out for third.
We've been talking about tire wear, though, Jeremy, and how much tire is Jerry Chang using up right now, trying to find any possible spot. He tries to throw him a fake, I think, and doesn't quite get there through turn 10. We're going to come up to turn 11. He's not going to try that shallow move this time. It didn't quite work out for him last time because you don't get the run you need up the front straight here towards start-finish. But I think he's burning a lot of tire off. That car is moving around. He's trying different lines. He's getting close. He's braking more. He's turning more. And I do believe Nick Kilani right now, just running the race he needs to run, probably being a lot friendlier to the car and to the tires.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do as he works his way around.
I think Jerry Chang wisely allows a little bit of a gap here so that he can develop a better run. So if he is truly faster than Nick Kilani over the course of a lap, this little bit of gap is going to allow him to close that gap and create a speed differential, and it may give him an even better opportunity to make a pass on Nick Kilani, especially going up the hill here as we come down towards turn 5.
Round 5 they go, and now Kilani, I'd imagine, has a sight set on Nigel Maidment for that second spot. 6.5 laps left to go in this race, so it could be a matter of time before we start to see a tight battle for second place. By the way, Dallas Carroll 4.5 seconds ahead of what could be the battle for the podium here in just a little bit of time. O'Meara and Dominic Ong in the 11th spot, making fast laps this past time by as well. And now you are starting to see visually that gap between Maidment and Kilani closing. It's about to coming down Rainy Curve where Maidment gets a little bit better run this time by, but they are working around through and into the final part of the lap. Let's see how the gap is this time by. 2.3 seconds separated Maidment from Kilani last time. What's it going to be as they come off that final corner? One car coming into the pits. Not sure who that is, but Maidment across the stripe right now. Again, 2.3 seconds separating Carroll from Maidment, and that was a pass-through for one driver. Not sure who that is, as our timing kind of went cattywampus on us.
Indeed, and you have to think that if you're Chang right now, you're watching, a little bit of a defensive line there. So you have another pass developing deeper in the field. Nick Kilani, I think, has a look there on Maidment, but can't get anything done. I think he's feeling the pressure from behind a little bit.
I think that was our leader, Dallas Carroll, who came out. So what we're seeing now on track could be the battle for the lead with Maidment, Kilani, and Chang. So now that battle for the podium heats up as they work their way into turn 5. We'll try and reset our timing here, but I have a strange seeking suspicion that was Dallas Carroll having to serve a drive-through penalty of some sort.
Something going on with that car for certain. So I was going to wonder here, is Chang worried about potentially using Maidment as a pick here? But he's got a good run. He's going to try it up the hill, and again, just doesn't quite have the legs up the hill to pull alongside Nick Kilani. Nick Kilani, I think, right where he wants to be, hoping that he can get around Maidment. And there it is. It's done. Oh, not quite. Chang pulls the car alongside Nick Kilani, and he's going to have the inside line down turn 9 here and into 10, and that's the pass done. So Kilani loses another spot. Chang recovers one, and the two of them are still going to be off in pursuit of Maidment for what we believe to be the lead of the race. Maidment loving this battle behind, able to make up a little bit of ground and put a little bit more space between the two of them, but those two cars are coming. 6 laps to go.
So right now, provisionally, it's Maidment, Chang, and Kilani. 1, 2, 3. And of course, we apologize. Timing and scoring kind of having some issues today as they work their way off the final corner. Once again, a little bit of dust kicked up. And we've seen a lot of drivers who've had nothing but problems coming off that final corner. We, especially here in the Spec Boxer class, where in qualifying we had a spin, and during the race we had that huge tank slapper coming off the final corner. But now Chang sets his sights on Maidment for the Spec Boxer and the overall lead as they work their way out of 3. Now setting up for turn number 4. Chang doing what he can, the pole sitter. I'll tell you what, he's setting himself up for his best finish of the season, Ryan. He has finished no better than 8th place, and that was at race 2 at Chuckwalla earlier this season. So whatever he found in the summer break, it's done quite well as he's closed within 1 to 2 car lengths of your leader, Maidment.
Yeah, that's exactly what you like to see. Somebody comes back to the season refreshed, a little bit more pace here. He's going to hold Maidment right on his rear bumper up the hill. This is the same move he tried on Kilani, and it worked. Let's see if he can make it stick a second time, or if Maidment has his eyes in the mirrors watching this go down. Not quite close enough this time by. But I think he's going to have that in mind, that it worked pretty well against Kildani. Kildani now starting to fall back just a little bit further behind. Doesn't quite have the pace of the two leaders here, but should still finish comfortably in third position as long as he doesn't keep losing too much time.
And of course, that's the key. That's the key right there, is trying to not lose too much time looking in your mirrors. As Marie Wonderly. Here's the thing: Maidment now actually has to close in on some slower traffic from behind. So, how much of a issue will that be? That looks like that's Salehi right there in the GT4. To 47 and GT5, as Salehi falling off just a little bit. Kind of weird to see him possibly at threat for a lap down, but either way, that's where we're at. We know that Bear's going to have to give up the ghost and let these drivers go by, but either way, this battle for the lead really heating up. And of course, now you see Kildani getting back into the fight as well. So what could be a 2-car battle for the lead quickly will turn into a 3-car battle for the lead.
Well, especially with any kind of traffic coming. I think if you're third wheel here and you see the traffic coming down the pipe, it gives you an opportunity to see where there may be a spot to gain a bunch of time, or indeed use the traffic as a pick and take 1 or 2 positions. Nick Kildani, a endurance racing champion last season with another organization, I think he's probably got the traffic experience versus the 2 guys ahead. I think probably relishing the opportunity to catch this GT5 car.
Kildani, the only one of these 3 who has a race win so far this season, as Maidment has finished at the straight sweep a second. Look at the left traffic just getting out of the way. That's a bad place to catch slow traffic, and nobody able to make a move. But Chang's going to try and split the difference. Hold out of here, Hollyhocks, as Chang closes within a bumper length distance between he and Maidment, and Kildani loses a little bit of ground, but better safe than sorry as Chang, he's throwing everything but the kitchen sink. Yeah, Maidment, we got a spinner at the back.
That's Haas.
I think that's definitely Haas, as he's going to slide and barely tap the wall. Nice save out of Haas as he's able to get back going, but unfortunately, because of the tight nature of Spec Boxster, Ryan, he's going to lose several positions.
Yeah, that's going to go from a 4th position all the way back to probably 10th, as Chang is going to come down the inside into turn 2. He's going to get around Maidment clean. We'll see if that compromises his exit here, and it doesn't look like it's going to. You'll have Nick Kildani now on the back of Maidment. I think Maidment made a mistake there. Kildani, lucky to have not been split out of this battle by the slower traffic, was able to just sneak by the GT5 car. Now Maidment under attack, and that's going to allow Chang, I think, to check out a little bit here. Has slowly been getting faster and faster over the course of the race.
Well, it's better and faster later on in the race than it is to really burn up your tires early on as they work their way through turn number 5 once again. And Kildani probably thinking, you know what, it's just better to just sit back there, get some good track position for race number 2 this afternoon, and, save those tires. I mean, look, Toyos are fantastic for a momentum tire. Oh, Chang with a couple of wheels off, coming off of turn number 6. That could be very beneficial to Maidment as they work their way towards the corkscrew once again. More slow traffic will come into play. What a slide! Nice save! However, that's going to have Chang lose 2 spots as Maidment gets back into the lead. Chang falls all the way back to 3rd place, so what could have been a lead has been now 3rd place for your pole sitter as they work their way around the final couple of corners. But gotta say, nice save out of the 727 as that could have ended his race in tears.
Absolutely, it could have. I was just going to say, usually when you're running wide there at the top of the hill into turn 6, that means that you're picking up the throttle a bit too early and you're trying to take too much speed through that turn. I was wondering if he was trying too hard. As the leaders take the white flag here, it's going to be the final lap in Spec Boxster. Nick Kildani all over the back of Nigel Maidment here. Not quite going to get what he needs. We're hoping he can stay with him. Got the slower lap traffic around, and indeed lets him go. I think you see Chang there in the lead and hoping to hold on to it and just pushing too hard, and pushes too hard over the top of the corkscrew as well.
So the final chance for both Kildani and Chang to make something happen here in this final lap of race number 1. Off turn number 4 they come. Oh, look at how close Kildani is on the back of Maymet. He is knocking at the door. Looks to the inside. They're side by side. Heading into turn number 5, but Maymet shuts the front door on Killarney. Now they'll come start to make the dance up the hill across the bridge.
He's got a good run here.
Having to hold, Maymet has got to hold off Killarney. Has a great run coming through turn number 6. And so far, so good for both of these drivers. And Chang wants a piece. He's going to look to the inside, but Killarney's going to shut the door on him as they go up the Rahal Straight for the final time. Let's see who is going to be out front as they work their way through the corkscrew. It's Maymet, your leader, and he has it for the time being, but can Killarney or Chang throw the kitchen sink and find something to make any sort of hay happen? Chang, he's left, he's right, he's trying everything. He's going to go to the outside. Killarney's not going to make it happen, as Maymet may have this. It all depends on that final corner, as Maymet, your leader, has Chang go to the inside for second place. They make contact, and that's going to help Maymet out as they work their way down the front straightaway for the final time. Checkered flag is out. Nigel Maymet, your winner. Nick Killarney second. Chang sits there in third place. A fantastic finish for all three drivers.
We had seen Chang try that move as another spec boxer goes wide. Ooh, people move over the side. I think everything just goes all right there. Got to wait, though, make sure we don't get hit. There we are. Car keeps going. I was going to say, we saw Chang try that move early in the race, and it just compromised his exit tremendously. I think Killarney left that door open knowing that that was not a winning move for Chang, and really just trying to give him the space and maximize his exit here up the hill towards the start-finish, and it does work out for him as we see John Momeyer, the leader in 2.7, come through to claim his victory here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
So Momeyer, who had a clean sweep at Willow Springs last time out, makes it 4 in a row provisionally as the POC president comes across the line as your winner. And kind of weird to see Hazari running into issues there in his 152, but he'll have that figured out sooner rather than later, as we also had, obviously, the GT5. I think that would be Aspasia Zoris who was your winner there, but a little bit of a wiggle there out of Porteous as he works his way off of the final quarter, so checker flag is out for him. And you see right there, there is Vivek Hazari making his way off the final corner, but Ryan, while we didn't have timing, we still had a very exciting race.
Yeah, that battle at the front was incredible most of the way through. You could see the cat and mouse game. You can see people trying different moves. That's exactly what I was talking about, where you have to make sure that you're ready to make a move at Laguna Seca. If you try to take a shallow entry to the corner to try to beat somebody to the apex, it's absolutely going to compromise your exit. Chang made a great move over the top of the corkscrew to get one through on Killarney, and then the next lap rather, I think pushing it just too hard in the lead. Obviously both cars behind pretty quick, but an opportunity there I think missed, and he'll be kicking himself a little bit, but third place. Going into race 2, I think you can take that one to the bank.
And how about Chang as well? Like we said, he finished no better than 8th place, and now he makes his way onto the podium. I should say, I'm sorry, no better than 5th place. He makes his way on the podium. Still fantastic for the 262. Well, either way, we're going to step aside as the drivers get out. We'll hear what they have to say as we are set for race number 1. That's done and dusted, and we'll hear what the drivers have to say after the great battles all throughout the track.
Maybe get a 5th lane or a 4th? Yeah, 5th. post-race words?
It was fun, man. Adrenaline's flowing.
Awesome.
You know, that's what it's all about. We had a good time. I think all the cars survived. Couple offs, including myself. Our Days of Thunder cloud. Drive through, there's nothing there. Okay. It was fun.
Awesome. What was that like?
Fucking amazing. That was so much fun. What a great day. Started P12, finished P9. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Nice.
That was not okay. Fucking not okay at all. Not fucking that was so bad. The other guys were catching.
Started first, finished first?
No, that's him. Wrong one.
Ah. What'd you place?
I have no idea. But,
Finished
I
third.
think he started first, finished third.
Okay.
That was the best fucking race. Thanks, that was fun.
It's not even our birthdays, but he gave us. I gave him a birthday. So we appreciate it.
The track give it, the track take it away. Hey, thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for watching.
We got this
Tune in again. 2 hours.
Race of God. Good job. That was fun. So much fun.
I saw her out there.
Where I was like, whatever. Just like, at the end of the day, I'll work up
Second. Third. All right, I'm going to have you gentlemen take a big step back. All right, let me just ask this. All right, guys, let's hold them up high. 3, 2, 1. Hold them up a little higher. Guys, right there. I know.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. manufactured, allowing us to create exclusive special editions alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch. By personalizing
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, TrackDay Tire, is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow TrackDay enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Time for race number 2 for PCA Club Racing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We saw a barn burner of a race earlier. What will we see next? Welcome back. Jeremy Scott alongside Brendan Kismerg as he sits in the hot seat. And Brendan, I personally think, we're going to see something a little bit better now that everybody else has gotten race 1 out of the way.
Yeah, everybody's got 30 minutes or so of action under their belts. From those lines up a little bit, find your braking points, get comfortable in the wheel-to-wheel environment that is PCA Club Racing. 29-ish cars set to take the grid here. Notable by his absence, Mr. Scott, is Mark Krigler in the number 204. That car entered an STG this week, and again, there is no Sprint Trophy sanctioned race, but the car that took home the overall race win in race number 1 this morning, not on the grid today, so your grid will be led off for race number 2 by Tim Salveson in the number 79 green 991.2 Cup alongside Scott Dager in the number 47 GT6 entry. Also in GTA 3, like your pole sitter is Dale Troster alongside Greg Herback in the GT2 718 Cayman G4 RS Club Sport. Alan Ritchie and John Nelson will start on row number 3 ahead of BJ Nichols and Jeff Robbins respectively. Matthew Lawrence will be your 911 Cup pole sitter. A little shake up there in one of the very best classes that PCA Club Racing has to offer. Karen Holmes in the number 36 chartreuse colored 1973 911 to start alongside Andy Simpkinson and Robert Murillo on row number 6, just ahead of Ed Minot in the 221, then Merriman in the number 48. That'll round out your first starting group. Split starts in our only PCA Club Racing group of the weekend. Second group will be all spec Boxsters, all fun. Joseph Koo alongside Dallas Carroll in the number 106, potentially. Let's see if Dallas Carroll made the grid. We'll call him there in second at least for the moment. Richard Baum, and Klaus Drayman, second row on the grid. Klaus Drayman defended exceptionally well to a fourth place finish earlier this morning. Ken Johnston and Alan Watts, row number 3. Trygve Isaacson and Brian O'Meara on row number 4. Jack Sherwood and Chris Foster make up row number 5. Remember, they were some of the very late protagonists in race number 1 this morning down in Spec Boxster. They're going to be buried a little bit, actually, down the grid, 24th and 25th overall as it's listed here. Charles Kraus and Josh Famestad to start on the next row. And the last row of the grid will be John Seidel in 314, Jan Bjornfalk 814. That is your PCA Club Racing grid for race number 2.
As you see the field working their way around, there's the 47 of Diger outside of Tim Salverson coming around that final corner. And it's going to be a quite tight field as we saw the action come at you hard and fast early on. There is the Spec Boxster near the back of the pack, down the front straightaway. They come. Glad to have you with us for race number 2 of PCA Club Racing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Green flag is out, and looks like the Alan Ritchie is going to be the driver who's going to go to the outside, make a 3 wide, headed into there. But once again, like we saw in race number 1, Tim Salverson kind of making a big gap already. Almost some side-by-side contact there in the middle of the field as the Spec Boxers get the green flag. But talk about those in a second as this first wave starts to go single file. Actually, they've not coming down across the line. Green flag is out. They already fan out the 3-4 wide action near the middle of the pack and heading into the Andretti hairpin for the first time. You see Carroll and Baum all in side-by-side action as Carroll's going to have to give up the ghost for that lead. Isaacson, though, coming up through the pack, he's battling for second place.
Yeah, that's him there in 4th in that maroon-colored number. Pick up the number here for Trygve Isaacson. It's the number 95 headed down towards turn number 3. If he can stay with this lead group, I think he could do some damage in the battle for the overall podium. Also in that first group, it was BJ Nichols in the number 64 dark green Cayman that was straight off the jump coming towards the green flag. Tried to go driver's right to pick up a couple of spots, headed up the hill towards turn 1. Wasn't able to get it done before the road narrowed, and then kind of outbraked himself down into the Andretti hairpin. So a little bit of a jump up the order and then right back down the order. Ends up settling in P5 to complete this lap number 1, just ahead of John Nelson in that 1970 914-6. That is your GT4 race leader.
Well, Dagger falls back 1 spot into the clutches of Greg Herbach. And here comes Dagger to the inside of Ritchie, side by side, makes the pass happen. And now Herbach has to deal with Nichols as well for the that 4th spot overall. But man, you talk about a lunge right there. Dagger thought, okay, you know, I'm not going to sit in 3rd for very long, and automatically get back into that 2nd spot.
Trying to pick up the spot he lost on lap number 1. Scott Dagger in that number 47. Able to get the move done, really committed on the brakes down into the Andretti hairpin. And fair play to Alan Ritchie as well. Gave him exactly enough room on the inside to be legal and fair and not an inch more. Dagger, by the same token, able to use exactly the amount of road he needed to get the car stopped and turned in. Really good racing in the battle for second.
Of course, also any of course the rules here for contact are basically very strict. Of course, any at-fault contact involving another car is a 9-race, 12-month probation. Second at-fault incident in that window is a pretty hefty suspension. So these PCA drivers really gotta, minding their P's and Q's, keeping their toes in line, so that way they don't have to worry about possibly any sort of issue, any sort of suspension. And once again, working our way around the final corner. You saw a lap down slow car, I should say, coming across the line. Salverson with a humongous lead once again as he comes across the start-finish stripe. 5 seconds separates Salverson to Dagger, and that Dagger train as they work their way up the straightaway once again. And you see that Herbach looking pretty good as well as BJ Nichols. But John Nelson, who was all over the back of BJ Nichols earlier on in the lap, has fallen back quite some distance. It's about 1.8 seconds separating Nichols from Nelson. But still, either way, this pack leads on as they work their way around. By the way, Joseph Koo actually might have some company here as we'll try and find him on the circuit. He's got about 9/10 of a second lead over Dallas Carroll. Remember, Carroll was leading early on in the first orange race here for POC. We'll see what he can do, as looks like that they have finally come across the lights. So they'll be heading into the Andretti hairpin in just a little bit of time, and Carroll's closed in within a half second, so that's going to be an interesting battle. And yeah, look at the defensive line that Koo has to take, as Richard Baum making his way up to third. So it's Koo, Carroll, Baum, a tight battle there for the podium.
Yeah, remember, if you watched Race for One this morning, you will recall that this race really started to hit its stride when we got into the lapped traffic phase of the race. That came about 10 to 12 minutes in, so those GT3 Cup cars at the front of the field and the GT4 Caymans as well, able to stretch the margin out in the front and then catch up to the rear of the field pretty quickly. And then it was all chaos basically from then on out. By the way, take a peek at that black, mostly black GT3 Cup entry now climbing out of turn number 5. That is Krigler. That is Mark Krigler in the number 204. We thought he didn't make the grid. Turns out he did, but ended up starting shotgun on the field way down in 25th position and is on something of a recovery drive here. Again, that was your race 1 winner, and it was in part because he was so much more effective and efficient in working through traffic than Tim Salveson was, who by contrast ended up having his undoing at the hands of the lap traffic. So just because Krigler started where he did, I don't know that that counts him out from any sort of major contention at the front of the field right now. Okay, yes, the gap is 19.5 seconds. Said a different way, the gap is only 19.5 seconds. He's in a 992.1 Cup entry. It's got a ton of power. It's got excellent electronics, traction control, ABS, the whole 9 yards to do what he needs to do and try and get up to the front of the field. 6 minutes down and just a handful of laps. And the opportunity is going to be there for him to go do something up at the front of the field with Tim Salveson, Scott Dager, and company.
He's already made his way up to 14th as he dispatches of the Spec Boxster class. So we'll see how long he can take it. Like we said, we saw the mayhem and calamity in race number 1 with the front runner. So getting back up to the front is definitely not out of the question for Krigler. We'll have to see how much higher he can climb through the field, as now he closes in on Ed Minot for that 13th spot overall. Minona's 1983 911 SC Euro in the GT4 class around turn 6, and indeed he just easily takes him out. And next on the list is Karen Holmes, by the way, 11 seconds in arrears to basically Merriman. So we'll see what happens through that. Actually, Emino's 8.28 seconds. So I would give it a couple of laps before you start to see Krigler make his way up. Let's get back to this battle for the Spec Boxster lead.
Well, hold on, Jeremy, just a second. I think we've lost Tim Salveson in the number 79.
Oh,
He's
you're
listed
right
at the top of Race Monitor, but tumbling down our timing pylon there on the left-hand side and grayed out, which means he did not come across the line as expected. So what has happened to the bright green number 79 GT3 Cup 991.2 style of Tim Salveson, 2 races in a row, dramas while leading?
Yeah, because if you take a look at Race Monitor, good eye there, Brendan, because Scott Dager, he's your first driver lap, taking lap 4. However, Salveson with 3 laps on the board, so we'll see if maybe he came into the pits. If he's off the course, I'm sure we'll find him on our camera system. This battle for the Spec Boxster lead, though, heating up once again as Koo trying to hold off Carroll. Carroll had a good, as we said, good run earlier today. Can he make it another good run in spite of having to go through the pits? But they're also going to be closing in on Ed Minot, I think. Let's see. Salveson came through again this next time by, so we might be having
transponder glitch.
I'm thinking we're having a transponder glitch with the 79. We'll still keep a close eye on that number 79 and see exactly what happens, but that's a good eye either way to catch that, as now you see the first wave start to catch up to the back of the Spec Boxster class. It's Salveson, Dager, and Ritchie, 1, 2, 3.
Also worth keeping an eye on the 911 Cup class. 3 cars strong, but it is strong. It's Matthew Lawrence leading Andy Simpkinson from Karen Holmes a little bit further back. second and a half separating your first two cars in the 911 Cup class. Again, that's a vintage sort of class with cars ranging from 1977, that's Matthew Lawrence, all the way back to 1968 with Andy Simpkinson. In bigger fields, these are, well, it's my favorite class in PCA club racing anyway. Some of the East Coast and Central region participants there, they know each other so well. They race each other week in, week out. It's elbows out, fair, clean, everything you love to see in racing, never mind club racing. And at least so far, Matthew Lawrence has the hold on that 911 Cup field. Watch out for Simpkinson. Let's see if Holmes can do anything, although she's dropping down the order now as well. So is there trouble for that Chartreuse 36? Ooh, that's an awkward moment on the brakes. They're into turn number 11 for, is that Alan Ritchie in the number 411? Think it is, because that's Greg Herback in the black, yellow, and orange. Number 49 gets the run out of the final corner and up the hill. That'll be a change for third place overall, with your GT2 leader taking the spot from your second place car in GTA 3.
And no surprise, Herback with the tough competition, both in Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West. So that is going to be interesting to see how this develops. If Ritchie can get Herback back, by the way, at the line, 0.275 seconds, as Ritchie falling back into that fourth spot, and more slow traffic up ahead in the spec Boxster class. But either way, opening up a bigger gap is Scott Dager, 4.7 seconds at the line. I have a feeling it's just going to be a little bit bigger this time, as they had to get around a couple of the Boxsters coming off of turn 5 and now setting up for turn number 6. And up the hill there, and something that, now that things have kind of quieted out, this isn't the first iteration that we've had at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Our camera that looks towards the exit turn 5, that's where the cars would have come through. We know how fast these cars can be. Could you imagine just going straight at the Andretti hairpin and just going around turn 5 like the old layout?
Jeremy, I've thought about this a lot over the course of this weekend. This track is a place that, it's seen a handful of layout changes over the years, most recently at the end of the 1990s, when they revised this sort of last section to make a little bit more paddock room and clean up some of the runoff areas. So we go side by side again in this battle for third, climbing up the hill. It's a place that preserves its traditional character. All the way back to the original version of the track. The landscape is identical. Some of the corners are a little bit different. The one major change that this facility has undergone is that you used to be, not flat out, but let's say fifth gear or higher from basically the exit of the final corner all the way to the corkscrew. I mean, it was a level of insanity I can't comprehend looking at the topography of this place and the settings you find yourself in. Hauling the mail up towards what is now the Andretti hairpin, and instead of going down through the gears, making a quick left-hand flick in fifth or sixth gear is literally incomprehensible to me. In those GTP monsters of the 80s, you can't wrap your head around it. Obviously, we do things a little bit differently these days at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but it still has that historic feel of what road racing was for a long time, especially out here in California and out on the West Coast. We lost Riverside back in the day, but this place kind of carries on that character and feel of a proper road racing culture. And excited and thrilled to have the opportunity to come out here and be a part of it on this joint PCA Club Racing and POC Cup Racing weekend.
Well, of course, yes. Earlier on today, you saw the racing action get better during the commercial break. Tim Salveson, Scott Dager, Alan Ritchie, your top three right now. Still got that battle for position as Dallas Carroll has got up ahead of Joseph Koo for position. Of course, they are 0.2 of a second. We'll catch up with that battle and more in just a little bit as we'll step aside. Oh, actually, no, we won't, as Koo goes to the inside right there of Dallas, and still side by side. He gets a position for now, and we actually know. Let's hold on a second, just for a second, as Dallas Carroll goes to the inside once again, and Koo shuts the door on him. I mean, at this time, let's step aside here on DriverSeye Live.
Get ready for the Schattenbaum Showdown, the PCA Club race at Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Hosted by the Schattenbaum region, the event will be August 7th through 9th and will feature a dedicated vintage and air-cooled run group. There will be 2 sprint races on Saturday and 1 sprint race on Sunday, as well as a 55-minute endurance race on Sunday. The Jersey Shore PCA region will be hosting a DE the Wednesday and Thursday before the race in case you need more track time. And as always, there will be an advanced solo DE run group during the race weekend. Registration is open, so visit clubregistration.net and sign up today.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises from Saturday, September 19th to Friday, September 25th. The cruise starts in Vancouver, Canada and ends in Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. On board, there will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday, Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport, Triple Trofeo, and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family, plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Well, the battle for the Spec Boxer lead has fallen off just a little bit as Koo and Carroll basically trying to get their way through some slower traffic. Jeremy Scott and Brendan Eric joining you here as now Carroll starts to have another attack coming off of the corkscrew, but will it be too little too late? Half the race down, half the race to go. And Brendan, I think that Carroll learned a lesson not going down pit road as he's really pressuring your race leader.
Yeah, I mean, this margin was out 7 or 8 car lengths around the first half of this lap as the overall podium worked its way through the Spec Boxer lead battle. And by the end of the lap, Koo has caught Carroll once again, just a handful of car lengths, actually stretches the margin a little bit there down into turn number 2. Goes kind of awkwardly defensive on the way in, takes kind of a shallow entry there, and that's going to allow Dallas Carroll now up onto the back of Koo. It's Carroll in that all-blue car there in the background. We'll pick that up here in just a second as they come out of turn number 3. And yeah, nose to tail once again. So as we said this morning, traffic really does play a role in the way these races develop, where you catch or are caught. And there they are, headed now underneath the Montage Health Bridge. Stretches out again. So it does kind of seem, Jeremy, like Koo has got the legs on the straightaways. Carroll able to charge into those braking zones a little bit better, maybe make better use of the exits. But by the time they get up into 5th gear, it's all Joseph Koo out the front.
Yeah, Koo's able to open up that gap once again, and it seems like that once they get to the corkscrew, Carroll's able to reel him in, but he just cannot find an answer in how to get around Koo once they get through there. And yeah, you see that closing in of the 106 of Carroll now making their way through Randy Curve as we've got 12 and a half minutes left to go in this race. And really, that's our closest battle of consequence, to say the least. We've got battles on the track here and there for overall position, but nobody's closer than those two. As I take a look at my timing screen, really, though, yeah, nobody's closer. Everybody else battling each other out of class.
You know, it's interesting, Jeremy. The two best battles on the track right now are, of course, the Spec Boxer lead battle, where the cars could not be more similar. Also, BJ Nichols in the 64 against John Nelson in the 42. That's a 2025 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport against the 1970 914-6. Cars that could not be more different by contrast to the Spec Boxer battle. That is the battle for 5th place overall. Again, it's not an in-class battle, but it kind of goes to show that You don't need spec racing to have good racing, right? You can have cars that make their speed in different ways, make up time in different ways, and drivers that are comfortable with different platforms that end up in roughly the same place when the green flag drops. It's really kind of a fascinating dynamic that you get at the top of some of these fields with the mix of classes. Also, some of the local drivers that know the track a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable. Some drivers that are better in traffic, given that we've got this single race group here this weekend. It really is interesting how all this stuff comes together, and the racing is fantastic. All the same, did have a battle a little bit earlier on, a little further down in Spec Boxster with Jack Sherwood and Ken Johnson and Chris Foster. Something has happened to Foster, and his lap times have dropped off a cliff down into the 146s, which has allowed Ken Johnston to solidify himself in, what position is that in Spec Boxster? It'll be P6. Remember, the race kind of came to Ken Johnston towards the end of this morning's race, number 1. Maybe a top 5 on the cards for the 777 here this afternoon.
Of course, running one of the class's best races of laps of the race, I should say. Yeah, because I saw back there, Foster's racing Minot for overall position, and Foster able to work his way around that number 221, 911 SC Euro. But yeah, you mentioned the Nichols-Nelson battle. You stop and figure Nichols is like almost all the technology that Porsche Motorsport would allow inside that came into run, and Michelin Pilot Challenge, in SRO, in Porsche Sprint Challenge. And then you've got John Nelson in what I think is probably one of the best cars of the 70s right there, the 914. That is, it just pound for pound is absolutely a fantastic battle as you see Herback making his way around the circuit, trying to get around some slower traffic as he opens up a little bit bigger gap. He's got 11.8 seconds to Nichols, who's behind him, but he's still got 3.7 seconds to catch up to Alan Ritchie. And looking at the lap times, depends on if Ritchie catches lap traffic, because Ritchie just ran his fastest lap of the race at 32.8.
Yeah, Ritchie catching Dager here. It's under a second. This is the battle you're watching on screen. There's Dager, shallow into turn number 2. It's an awkward way into the corner. Helps you diamond it off if you need the exit, but otherwise it's going to cost you time. And you can see the margin now, just 2 car lengths on the way into turn number 3, this sort of infield section of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Traffic is going to help Ritchie here and hurt Dager a little bit. Now Ritchie has to go shallow into one of the quicker corners on the circuit there at turn number 4. Hurts the exit a little bit. And once again, Dager's margin goes out from 2 car lengths to 3. Ritchie's good on the brakes. It comes down again. Back and forth we go in the battle for second place overall.
For the exit curve, and they go for turn number 5, sets up for 6, and then let the long uphill through the Rahal straight into the corkscrew. But here's the thing, Dager able to get on that throttle a little bit easier coming off the turn number 6. Now sets up for the that wonderful complex. We'll see them come down the hill, and now Ritchie has closed in to almost a bumper length between he and Dager. Down the rainy curve they go. This is going to be an interesting battle for position. Again, this is not necessarily class position, but it gets Ritchie position-wise closer to Salveson. He's 20 seconds in the lead. Yeah, it's a big gap.
Ritchie's been quicker on balance here, not by much, maybe half a second a lap, and it ebbs and flows as they work through traffic. That's Karen Holmes in the 36 just ahead of them. So keep an eye on that. One of the things I want to go back to is the shot up at turn number 6. Not right now, but when these cars come back around, turn 6, more than maybe any other corner in North American motorsports, exposes car placement. If you, on the way uphill from 5 to 6, either are a little too late in coming off the throttle, you try and charge your way into turn number 6, you're a little bit late on turn-in at what is pretty close to being a blind corner. Never mind the compression as you go through turn 6 itself. It exposes you being offline by 6 inches, a foot, 2 feet, and really kills your momentum up the hill towards the corkscrew to orders of magnitude. Let's watch it again as they climb the hill here. They'll come out of turn number 5, out over that red and white curb on driver's right. They get back on the racing surface, full stop. Let's watch the lines. Yeah, you see how much tighter Alan Ritchie is able to keep corner exit there at turn number 6. Back in the throttle sooner, up over that inside curb, and kind of has a bit of a run there on Dager headed up the hill. It just doesn't quite work out his way. Now, Yeah, still just about a car length there, less than a car length as they head down towards Rainy Curve. Move not able to be done by Richie. Dager just positioning his car perfectly defensively.
And this is one of those tracks where if you're in a battle with somebody, you really have to be on it the whole time. You have to get the track perfect in order to make something happen. And now Richie tries to expose a little opening by Dager. Not able to do it as they work their way down the straightaway once again. 6.5 minutes left to go. Can't believe how much time has passed because this is such a good battle here for that second place overall. And Dager saying to Richie, if you want to pass me, you got to do it on the outside. And Dager thinking he made a good defense, but they also have a lot of slower traffic up ahead as they are really working their way around. And Salveson, by the way, I think he's those the transponder issues are reaching ahead once again as he is scored as your leader, but still not scored as an extra lap. However, Richie closing in on Dager for that second overall spot. Let's see if either of those two make a move. But, you know, here's what I'm noticing too, Brendan, is Dager is going more and more defensive on the entries.
Absolutely has to be. Unfortunately for him, Richie is just too good on corner exit and gets half a run up some of these shorter straightaways, can kind of show the nose, but Dager just fades half a car length or half car width or a car width to the inside. As they come up on a pretty decent little battle here. It was a pretty decent little battle. That is Trygve Isaacson ahead of Jack Sherwood, who's been putting in some serious lap times as of late. 144.215 is his best. Has more or less caught Trygve in the number 95. That's the maroon spec Boxster just up ahead. I thought Trygve was going to be pretty safe there, actually, inside the top 5. Not the case here. Jack Sherwood coming on late, trying to get himself a top 5 finish here in race number 2 presented by Michelin. Let's see what happens as we go side by side for a second, Jeremy.
Heading into the Andretti hairpin, and that's exactly what Richie needs. He needs to be on that inside line. A tenth of a second separated him at the line. How are they coming out? Are they coming out straight in tiers or sideways as they work their way into turn number 3 at the front? It's going to be Richie. Richie gets ahead of Dager, and Dager going to try and see if he can wave his way back into that second place overall, but patience is key. Patience and perseverance as they come down into 5. They'll have to deal slower traffic. Nice move by Richie, deciding, you know what, I better get around or else I'm going to have a mirror full of Dager here in just a little bit. But still, Dager falling back just ever so slightly. Let's see how much longer this happens. But Richie, now that he's gotten ahead of Dager, he has opened up a world of hurt already. I'm going to wait to see what happens here at the corkscrew, because, man, they have lost Greg Herback, and now they come around some more slower traffic, but the race is not over between Dager and Richie as they work their way through the Rainy Curve and able to get around that slower traffic.
Koo and Carroll are at it again in the Spec Boxster lead battle, Jeremy. Quarter of a second last time across the line, off the back of a really good lap from Dallas Carroll's number 106, 142.8. It is the fastest lap of the Spec Boxster race, his personal fastest lap of the race, even at this late stage, as the tires are not screaming for mercy, but they've been worked over for the last 27 minutes or so. We will try and pick up that Spec Boxster lead battle. Remember, it's blue versus white and blue. Koo over Carroll. They come back through this time. Was a quarter second. It's now out to 1.3. So, I mean, Jeremy, more than just about any other race I can remember watching in PCA club racing, from lap to lap, these battles just expand and shrink, almost like a video game rubber banding situation where it tunes the AI a little bit and the gap goes out and then they realize it's not quite fast enough and it comes back together. That's what Koo and Carroll are doing here in the Spec Boxster lead battle. Now they've got what I think is a lap car in between. Oh no, they're coming up towards lap traffic, headed up the hill out of turn number 6. They're going to be met with Alan Ritchie and Scott Dager here in a couple of moments' time as the blue flag waves exactly for that situation at the top of the corkscrew.
I have to call that the accordion effect for that exact reason. And now You'll have Richie and Dagger closing in on them here ever so slightly as they work their way through Rainy Curve. Oh, that Boxster not watching his mirrors. A little bit of flash there as you see that Koo has held up by one of the slower cars, and now Carroll trying to go around the outside, not going to make that happen. Well, he's going to try and make it through that 11th turn. I can't believe he did that as they're side by side with the battle for second, breathing down their neck. They're going to have to stay to the right. Let's keep an eye on this. Both of those drivers able to make their way through, but the battle for the lead goes side by side heading into the Andretti hairpin. Koo has the inside line, Carroll the outside. They almost touch going into the corner, and they're still neck and neck as they work their way through the Andretti hairpin. 1.5 minutes left to go. Something's going to have to give, and Carroll decides discretion is a better part of valor. I'm just going to go ahead and make my way around. I don't know, Brendan, did you see the finger out? Or are we on our last lap?
I have not seen it at the start-finish line yet. I think Tim Salveson in this number 79 able to start another lap before we got towards that 1 minute 35 range on the clock, given his 16-second lead out ahead of Alan Ritchie and Scott Dagger. But I got to be honest, I was a little bit more focused on the 3 wide over the line, the fantastic position battle for second place overall, and this unrelenting battle for the Spec Boxster race lead between Joseph Koo and Dallas Carroll.
What a fantastic battle that we're seeing here as they come down off of the turn 6, heading up to Ray Hall straight and into the corkscrew. You see Richie opening up a little bit bigger lead over Dagger. And now where are your leaders for Spec Boxster? They're coming down the hill once again. Less than a car length separate Joseph Koo from Dallas Carroll. This time they don't necessarily have slower traffic to work their way around. Over the final couple of corners they come. We saw that Carroll was able to close in on Koo, but not able to do it this time because there's not that much of a mess. Eyes on the starter. Indeed, he has the finger out. 1 lap to go for your race win in Spec Boxster. You take a look at who's in third right now, and it's Richard Baum 10 seconds behind. No threat there, but who is a threat? It's Carroll on the outside, and he's not able to make anything happen through that Andretti hairpin. All around the corner they come as Koo trying to see if he can make it another win here and Spec Boxster as Carroll goes to the inside through 3, now sets up right behind him through turn 4. Her back and too far away to make any sort of consequence as your Spec Boxster lead comes down to the final couple of corners, couple of brake zones that could decide who is going to be on the top step of the Spec Boxster podium. Turn 5 awaits. Now they make their way through. Carroll takes the hook line and tries to see if the sinker's going to work. Not going to happen as he gets a better exit off of 5 now through 6. They'll take the dip and then go all the way up the Ray Hall straight. Opens up a little bit of a big gap. Koo does as they work their way all the way to the through the drop off there as the corkscrew awaits. It's Koo still ahead of Carroll, but Carroll always seems to get a good run here on this final sector. Down through Rainy Curve for the final time as Tim Salverson comes across the line. He is your winner, but we're still keeping a close eye on this battle for the lead in Spec Boxster. On the final corner, no one in sight to bother, but Koo still has to defend over Carroll. Checkered flag is out, and it looks like Joseph Koo will have a great defense and win in Spec Boxster.
As they come across the line underneath that Mission Foods bridge, I got to tell you, Jeremy, nothing about the body language of Dallas Carroll's number 106 said desperation to me. It wasn't like he was likely to try a dive bomb, as this is a change for the top 5 here. Coming off of the final corner, does BJ Nichols have enough up the front straightaway to hold off John Nelson? Yes, he does. So a little premature there, but anyway, just a tiny mistake there off the final corner in the battle for the final step inside the top 5 overall. Anyway, just because Carroll wasn't going to be desperate doesn't mean Koo had much margin for error. There had to be inch perfect on the last lap not to invite the move from the 106, and he absolutely was. Just on the line all the way around this Laguna Seca layout. Braking points were exactly perfect. Didn't leave the door open anywhere he shouldn't have, and closes this one out nicely. Not dominant, but certainly emphatic from Joseph Koo.
So another great finish for Tim Salverson. Al Ritchie and Scott Dager put on a show as well. But yeah, the story once again is Joseph Koo putting on a show here for Spec Boxer. By the way, he races his way into the top 10. Well, Brendan, thanks for joining me today. We've got one more race tomorrow together, and that's an 11 a.m. green flag. Will we see more of this, you think?
I see no reason we wouldn't. As long as we have the same players, I think conditions are likely to be similar tomorrow morning. The track's going to give us about the same as we got today. And as long as everybody else is up for it, we certainly will be here.
All right, we're going to take a quick break as we switch back over to Porsche Owners Club as Red Race 1 gets set here in just about 20 minutes' time. As I'll have Ryan West alongside. But Brendan Kuzmarek, thanks for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow. Welcome back. We're just moments away from the start of our first red race of the day. Jeremy Scott and Ryan West alongside. We'll bring you the rest of the way here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Real quick, it's a 15-lap race. What are we expecting here?
I think we're expecting that we're going to go to an ad here shortly, and then we'll join you in a moment. I think that grid ended quicker than I was anticipating. So we'll say hi to our friends here at Porsche Design. Or, I'm sorry, not Porsche Design. We'll say hi to our friends at the Porsche Owners Club, and we'll be right back.
Well, now that we've paid some bills, I can actually go out to dinner tonight. All right, Ryan, Jeremy Scott here, by the way. Now, might as well ask you so we can stop to the suspense. What are we expecting here in this first Red Cup race?
We're expecting the GT1 drivers hopefully to check out so that they don't interfere with this 991.2 battle that we're going to have. We've got a lot of cars that are usually contenders at the front of the 991.2 field with a lot of bonus cars here this weekend. I think one of the bigger 991 fields we've seen in some time. So I'm expecting that battle to be tight, and I'm expecting the midfield to do some dicing coming down here into turn 2, which is like a more traditional turn 1 at most other tracks as far as heavy braking zone, kind of funneling down into 1 or 2 racing lines. So that's really what I'm looking forward to. We've, of course, got the GT classes available as well to see some nice action. Although that GT3, the number 70, that's a car with a lot of pace. I think as long as they get a clean escape, he should comfortably control the race from the front. So 991.2 is the big attraction here in the red group, as always.
So we'll see how that plays out in just a little bit of time. Of course, as we said, we got 3 GT1s. We don't normally see them here in Porsche Owners Club. You've got Alexandra Hayner in the number 43. Believe that is a 992. Jacob Yesnik in his number 62 Audi R8, which you see right there. And, of course, you also have Urs Gettner and the number 99 1983 Porsche 930 Turbo. Ryan, that tells me that is one impressive motor under the hood.
Yes, it is, especially to be keeping up with that kind of power to weight class. That's going to be a heck of a car, as we've got a beautiful driver's eye on board here. Absolutely outstanding. This is Mike Monsalve, so that is great. Mike able to get his onboard working again. We've had it a few times in the past here, but this is the man, as it were, in POC's 991.2 class, the guy to watch as we go to green here in a little while.
Yeah, I love looking at his onboard cameras through the driver's eye point of view. And either way, it's such a fantastic view to see. Doesn't matter what series it is, to see what the driver's seeing out of the front windshield of his vehicle. Of course, you saw right there, that was the Audi R8 of Jacob Yesnik. We'll talk about him throughout the rest of the race. Of course, 15 laps are the prescribed distance, as it looks like we've got in the previous session off the course. Hopefully, we've got our timing issues situated, but as you all know, technology sometimes gets the best of us. But either way, look at the beautiful mountains that we have out in the distance here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Absolutely historic place, and love being here because really, looking at it on paper, it's really the wild card within the schedules. We visit several facilities multiple times a year.
Yeah, absolutely. Several facilities we go to, and people have seen them a lot. But like you said, this is the wild card, the one trip per year up here north to Laguna Seca. As we see the HPDE coming off track, we should see the red group grid here shortly. I also think we're going to see fewer lunges into turn 11 here. These cars a little bit more speed and a little bit bigger. Not nearly the amount of variation, I think, in line available, at least at turn 11. We'll see a fewer of those moves and more moves as you come off of the corners and try to out-accelerate somebody down the straights. Once again, those Boxsters a little bit lower on power versus the ground pounders here in the red group.
So we'll see. It looks like the car is starting to make their way onto the grid for this second race of the day for POC. It's our third race. And really, we've had a lot of action-packed events here at Laguna Seca throughout the past couple of years. But this one, the POC and PCA mixed weekend, it really brings the players out to play, to say the least. So really excited to see how this will all play out in the next couple of minutes, as we are just about set to release the cars. We'll have the grid. And, of course, a pretty high car count as well for the Red Cup. I believe I saw 35 cars have answered the call and started qualifying. As start to see the grid start to split up. Let's take a look at that grid, as there are a couple of waves that you will see out there on the circuit. I'll tell you what, being a grid splitter is not for the faint of heart, because sometimes drivers make their way through. And of course, well, looks like we're having some more technical difficulties throughout this day. It's just, that's live TV, Ryan. Just got to roll the punches sometimes.
It happens from time to time. It happens to the best of us as we see that beautiful GT3R car come through, one of those GT1 runners. And the remainder of the 991 field. Anna Prodescu there, Garrett Westling there as well. Evan Benade there in the red, white, blue, and gray car.
I say there's Evan coming through. Then there's the 41 Darrell Troster coming through, the 99 also making their way through. And there is Mr. Williams. Now you get set for the GT class, and there is the man, the myth, the legend. It's the 70 of Brett Gaviglio. As once again, no surprise here, he's at the front of that GT pack.
Indeed, and that's where we expect him to stay for the remainder of this race. He had a handful of seconds available on the other runners in the GT4 field. So hopefully he can stick up there. But again, we're always looking for racing, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, we really are. Of course, let's take a look at some of this grid right now as Anders Hayner will be on the pole right there. He'll be alongside the 62 of Jacob Yesnick. Then well, that's actually a little different than what we saw there. So, actually, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll worry about the cars on the course here shortly as a little bit of miscommunication. But either way, it's going to be 15 laps of action. And these drivers, we mentioned that some of them have to save their tires. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to go full push and who's not.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, it's hard to say. I think we're going to see full push insofar as you've only got 2 races to run as opposed to the 3 with the Orange Cup, and you've got a much bigger tire to distribute some of that load across. The Yokohama racing tire available here to all the runners in the red group. So I think we'll see competitive racing for sure, but it does tend to develop a train, and it's a matter of who's willing to be the person that steps out of line, that puts their head above the parapet to make up another position, as we're going to have an Audi lead the field to green here next door to a Porsche. At R8 LMS, of course, with part of Audi's return to GT racing after having dominated in the 2000s and 2010s in endurance racing in the prototype field. I think it was 2009, the year of that car.
So it's going to be Nathan Johnson and Jacob Yesnick leading the field to the start. Come down the straightaway. Well, where will we be? And that is going to be a green flag as we are side by side already, 2-3 wide, right around there as they come down. Oh, a little bit of contact there as Johnson shoves the Audi off to the side. Is there a little bit of debris there? Not sure, but didn't expect to see that there off the stars. They all come off the Andretti hairpin. Now you see the 87 making his way as Monsalvi tries to go around the outside of the Audi of Yesnick for that second place overall. He's going to make easy work of that. And now they work their way single file through turn 4. The green flag is out for the GT class. Side by side for position. They work their way around. Bayan Salehi, though, he's going to tuck in line. Thinks that he has something there for Gaviglio. Not going to make that happen. Then you've got Roland Schmidt and Phil Town side by side for 20th overall. That's not a battle for position, as Schmidt is in GT2, Town in GT3.
Yeah, you just saw the front of the main group there. Monsalve trying to muscle his way past the GT1 car and right onto the back bumper of Nathan Johnson in the 76. I think that's the battle we're going to see at the front of that field for some time as the GT cars click through here as well. Lots of 997 Cup cars, a few road cars, a few GT4 cars. But that 70 about to get a strong pull up towards turn 6 here. All the torque available to get up the hill, as he just is going to need to select the right braking spot and indeed gets away well through turn 6.
Well, there's no surprise he's able to make his way, open up a bigger lead, I should say, between he and second place Bayan Salehi. Nathan Johnson comes across the line half second ahead of Mike Monsalve. You got Jacob Yesnick, your GT1 leader, sitting comfortably in third place for the time being. You got to go all the way back to Alexandra Hayner in ninth place for your second place GT1 driver, but you're watching the rest of the GT3 field work their way around. Gaviglio, Salehi, and Roland Schmidt, 1, 2, and 3. Schmidt, your GT2 leader, as he's got a couple cars between he and second place John Helbin, actually just one car, as Helbin, that 697, looking nice and racy as well. Let's see if we can go to the front of the Spec 991.2 class, as they're working their way probably around turn 4 or turn 5 right now to catch that battle, because I have a feeling that that's heating line up in single file between Monsalve and Johnson. And question I should ask, and I know I'm probably going to get right through the
Jacob
polls.
Yesnick's going to spin it. He's going to move it around. I think wisely rolls it out of the track there and lets the 991 field go. I think that was getting a little bit aggressive, as we talked about in the Boxster race. You've got to be careful at turn 6. If you send it too wide, the car's going to get light. You're going to end up in the dirt, and you're going to do just that. I think he's lucky to collect it and not end up in the wall there, Jacob Yesnick and GT1. So that it is going to move the 991.2s back together. No interlopers in these battles, but you'll see there, Nathan Johnson and Mike Monsalve have worked out a decent lead over Bob Mueller and Greg Gorski for 3rd and 4th in 991.2.
And a good eye there as Monsalve gets the fastest lap of the race with a 29.328. But Yesnick was sitting uphill. I wonder if he's gotten the car started. I imagine that he has, as he's still falling through the order as we speak. Around the Andretti hairpin, they work their way around now. Something that's interesting, too, you take a look at the mufflers on the back of Nathan Johnson, and that is there because there's so many strict sound policies at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I think they can only have like 2 or 3 unrestricted weekends. This is not one of them. So you see some wild tricks to kind of quiet the cars a little bit.
Yeah, of course, when you start adding all these exhaust options to the back of a naturally aspirated car, you are going to choke down the power and performance just a smidge. It's not too terrible nowadays with some of the technology, but you're adding mufflers and you're pointing it away from the microphone. That's why you're going to see that they're all pointed to the left, because the microphone that picks up the sound is on driver's right as you run up the hill, one of the loudest, most high throttle parts of the track. And occasionally you'll see people who don't have that type of exhaust setup. They'll just breathe off the throttle a little bit as they head up towards turn 6 to make sure they stay under the sound limit, or indeed they'll short shift there. Monsalve trying to make up all the ground he can, but Nathan Johnson still in the lead as we work on lap 3 here.
Well, heck, look at who's sitting ahead of that battle for the lead. That's Jacob Yesnick in that Audi R8, and it took him that long to get that car back up to speed. Yeah, that just goes to show you, starting uphill, doesn't matter what kind of car you have, it's going to be an absolute bear. But I don't think that he's going to be too much of a hazard between them two. But hey, you know what? I'd rather have a problem where I couldn't get my car started right away than ending up in the wall right there, because he would not have hit where the tire barriers were.
Indeed. The entirety of the top, I suppose 3 through 7 or so, is all on the same about second and a half. So not a whole lot of ground being gained or, given it away in 991.2 right now. Alexandra Hayner currently the leader in GT1. I think you'll find that is the GT3R car that's just snuck in here, the all-white one that looks a little different from the rest of these. There it is. A lot more downforce on that GT3 class machine. Of course, GT3 in pro racing. GT1 here in Porsche Owners Club. The Eben Benade running a little bit wider line coming down the corkscrew. And of course out here, turns 8 and 9, trying to figure out what the best line is to gain all the speed coming down the hill towards 10. 10, of course, a pretty high speed, high commitment corner. If you can get through there with good speed, it sets you up for a great braking zone down here into 11.
Well, talking about Alexandra Hayner, she is coming out to her own as a rising star, we'll say the least. She last year's McLaren Trophy America Pro-Am champion, finished 3rd in the Pro Class on the Pro Class debut at Miami, supporting Formula One for the McLaren Trophy America. And of course, next season, the big news is the McLaren Trophy will be sanctioned by IMSA. So talk about a luck of the draw for her, is now she'll have a clear path to ascend possibly into the WeatherTech Championship as she looks to the inside right there of Tom Mueller. Good to see him out here, but Mueller not giving an inch.
No, it's always nice to see these cars having a competitive run against what's ostensibly a faster machine. Now, obviously, GT1 has a little bit of a power restriction to it, being a powered weight class. So not nearly the overdog that it would be as the orange car goes around through turn 6.
That's Mueller. Mueller into the gravel trap, and he's able to get going as deep as this gravel is. You're still able to get going, which is fantastic. And a lot of that has to do because you don't have those big pebbles. You have the normal rocks, so he'll lose a lot of ground. And, of course, he was also had some faster 991.2s behind him as well, Olbers, Prodescu, and Wesseling. So he will fall down through the order, actually behind Daryl Troster, who sits 14th overall and 12th in class.
Yeah, you're just seeing Prodescu having to play a little bit of defense over Garrett Wesseling there. And indeed, he draws ever closer. A little bit of a chain going here. Prodescu, Wesseling, Blair, and Eben Benade. I think a quartet that we see from time to time, Jeremy, all running together in the Porsche Owners Club. So this will be a competitive little fight to watch here as Eben Benade sits back and I think lets the battle go on. Anna Prodescu under attack, I think, driving a little bit with her mirrors. Garrett Wesseling's going to try to put the nose on the outside. Not quite going to be able to get there, but maybe an opportunity as we make the turn up onto turn 5 to take a little bit shallower line and see if you can pull alongside. And there is a car stopped right by the wall. Looks like a 997. Make it one of the GT3 runners.
Yeah, so that it's not Salehi. Might be Town if we're talking about 997. No, Town's got a Cayman. So Scott, no, Matt's is could be Kelly. AAA. We'll find out more here in just a little bit. But that is not a good place to have your car parked right there. It's Wesseling trying to hold off. Prodescu holding off Wesseling once again as they go up the hill through the Ray Hall straight down into the corkscrew. They come, and of course, we did see if a safety car has to come out. We've not had a safety car intervention yet this season. We did have that red flag at Willow Springs, but otherwise, it's been clean and green for most of the season here in Porsche Owners Club as they work their way into 10 and now setting up for 11. Looks like it's Blair Boyce trying to look to the outside of Wesseling. Thinks better of it, and Boyce has Benade on the back bumper. Remember we were talking about in qualifying there, Ryan. I said, don't worry about where Evans qualified. Watch how much he comes up through the field. He's proven it once again.
Absolutely. Trying to find new lines, ways to get around, but Prodescu currently the cork in the bottle. We're going to see Blair Boyce try a little bit wider line to see if that's going to help him get alongside. Not quite. I think Wesseling tries the same move there and gets the same result as last lap. Cannot quite pull around on the outside of turn 3 there to get up next to Prodescu heading into 4.
And still nose to tail for position here between Prodescu, Wesseling, Boyce, and Benade as Blair tries to look to the outside of Wesseling through turn 5. Not going to be able to make it happen, but I'd imagine the grip actually not too bad there. He's going to try and get a good launch as well, but Wesseling shuts the front door on him coming off of turn number 5. Now they set up through 6, and it's still Blair Boyce doing what he can as Wesseling takes a defensive line, and that's exactly what he needed. He needed a pinched off run by Wesseling, trying to go for a nice defense or side by side through the corkscrew. Wesseling, though, has that advantage, but how long will that last? As now Boyce has to sit back and figure out what he needs to do next.
And Wesseling having to defend against Boyce has given Anna Prodescu a little bit of breathing room here to escape a bit as they start fighting behind her. So doing what she needs to do. It's all about not making a mistake here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
And that's easier said than done. And yeah, one mistake, and it could cost you a whole bunch of positions as they work their way up the straight and all the way through the Andretti hairpin, and everybody trying to go for a dive to the inside, with Prodescu being the first to kind of stave that off. That car still there, and I'm not seeing a yellow flag either, so they're still free to race if they need to. That was a little bit of a touchy exit there off the hairpin. It's not like go back to single file racing, but Ryan, what I'm seeing is Wesseling the hardest charger right now, as everybody else has kind of opened up a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Wesseling's going to draw ever closer here, and he keeps trying this move. Anna Prodescu leaves enough of a spot, or enough of a gap, I suppose you could say, on the entry to 5. It's going to force somebody to take a really awkward line, but there is a spot there where you can get your nose alongside through turn 5. I think that's going to have to be the move if you're not going to wait for Anna Prodescu to make a mistake. And indeed, Wesseling goes backwards back into the clutches of Blair Boyce.
We'll see if Boyce has anything to do with them here into the corkscrew. We watch the cars make their way through, still single file, nose to tail, all the way down the hill. And of course, this is also going to bring in the 41 into picture. So Troster, who's fallen back just a little bit, actually, I think he's fallen back even further. So now it's going to be a 4-car battle for position, as it's going to be for that 8th spot. Eric Olber's about 7 seconds ahead of these guys as they work their way out of the final turn. Once again, 7 laps to go as they'll come across the line. And Prodescu doing what she can, once again showing that she's really improving in the terms of racecraft. We really saw that come into light a couple of races ago when she finished second at Chuckwalla twice. And, in spite of an 8th and a 6th at Willow Springs, not a bad showing. This is what we're seeing out of Prodescu. She's able to defend, keep those faster drivers behind her, and it's really showing quite well.
If we could just try to find the 697 of John Heldman and the 31 of Roland Schmidt, last time by only separated by about half a second for what I believe to be first place in GT2. I think they're about to come across the start-finish line shortly here. Yeah, if we pick up the turn 11 camera, I think we'll be seeing the GT2 cars of Heldman and Schmidt.
There they are.
And indeed, there they are. They're working through some of that traffic there of the Audi R8.
Well, really, Yesnick trying to get around it. And, of course, he is the big separation between the two of them. And now that opens that 1 to 2 car length gap has opened up even further as they exit the Andretti hairpin. There goes Yesnick as he dives to the inside of the Hellman, who, by the way, now has a bigger lead as a result of all this.
Yep.
Behind them, it looks like that's a 683 of Ryder. Is it Ryder Liu back there?
Liu, yep.
Yeah, Liu's back there in a tight battle with Paul Barnes, Phil Town as well. So that's a good battle in spite of being Ryder Liu in GT3 and Paul Barnes in GT2, and a dive to the inside. And that's going to be a nice little pass right there on Phil Town. So still a lot left to play for as we've got about 6 laps to go here at Laguna Seca.
Indeed, and you're going to start to see the 991 field as you saw Mike Monsalve dispatch these battles quite quickly. So you're going to see the 991 field work its way through this battle here for GT2 and GT3 positions. There you see Phil Town in the Cayman, followed by Bob Mueller in the gold and white. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, this is quite interesting how they're working their way through the down the bottom part of the racetrack. And now, yeah, Hellman comes across the line. He's 20th overall, and Roland Schmidt not too far away. He closes in once again as you see these two come into picture. And could we see a close battle for position here as well as Mike Monsalve comes around to start to lap this traffic? And so does second place. We haven't talked much about how good Bob Mueller is, who's in third place, by the way. Nathan Johnson, 3.3 seconds. When was the last time somebody other than Mike Monsalve had a huge lead there? Because, we normally see the big leads that Monsalve has in the 87. Well, Nathan Johnson coming in and saying, you know what? It's my turn to shine.
Indeed it is. I think as far as points are concerned, Mike Monsalve won't be that too concerned about it. If he takes away 2 second places here this weekend, he'll still be sitting just fine with Dylan Johnson not quite running a full season here with POC. Or Nathan Johnson, excuse me.
Yeah, Nathan Johnson, one of the few who have come into the series and have been able to answer Monsalve's call. The only time that he's not won is not showing up at Spring Mountain. Race 2 at Chuckwalla, where he was disqualified and finished second at Willow Springs. That's not something that Monsalve wants to continue, as the two-time defending Spec 991.2 champion trying to see what he can do to make sure that does happen. Has had a nice battle there between Gorski and Krieger as they work their way down into the start-finish area. And yeah, Krieger trying to close in on Gorski. Gorski a little too far away to try for some sort of podium position, but he's doing quite well for himself as he's sitting in 4th place. Here comes Krieger to the inside of the 124 as they come across the line once again. And we'll see how close they are. They are close this time, but Krieger's going to try the look to the inside. as you see Gorski shut the front door on him, take a nice little defense through the Andretti hairpin, now setting up for turn number 3. And I've got to say this, Gorski trying to crack window or something happened there on the race course, but Gorski trying to hold back Krieger ever so slightly.
And just looking through at timing here, that battle for 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th overall, Predescu, Wessling, Benade has gotten one car lighter as Blair Boyce, that must be a mistake, has fallen down to 13th overall. So now it's a 3-car battle at the mid-pack and 991.2. Predescu up into 9th, Wessling in 10th, Benade 11th overall.
Making work of slower traffic as, here's the thing. You stop and figure Benade started off 14th overall, now making his way up to 11th. Yeah, that's 3 positions gained, but still, in a tight field like this, that in and of itself is a win. Heading into 10, Gorski does, and the number 124 Cock Oil Porsche 991.2 into that final corner. You've watched the 24-hour series of Middle East or the Radical Cup. You've seen Gorski in his number 24, whatever it is, doesn't matter if it's a Radical Cup or a Porsche, still making his way through the front right now as they go deep into the brakes. Not able to close in on Mueller, who, by the way, 6 seconds up ahead, just working his way through this GT2 traffic and making it quite easily as he gets around Heldman for position. Yeah, you see Roland Schmidt, though, still on the back of Heldman for GT2, and this is the final stages of this race. I think are going to be quite interesting.
I think so as well. If we could try to find that battle for 9th overall, Jordan, I think it's going to be about half around the lap here, give or take, probably closer to the corkscrew would be my best guess. We're looking for the Liqui branded 991.2 Cup car, followed closely by the light blue 911 and then the gray, red, white, and blue. Yep, there it is, that battle right there. They're coming through turn 5 here. A little bit more traffic for Predescu to have to deal with. That's going to give Garrett Wessling an opportunity here to have a run up the hill.
I'll tell you what,
that was the door on him last minute there.
That was really a nice move there by Anna. She makes Wessling kind of back off a little bit. By the way, because she had to reach the lap traffic when she did, Benade and Troster, actually, they both have caught up to the back of this battle here. But let's see what Anna does. If she's able to open up a big gap. No, Wessling, that battle there is just going to heat up ever so slightly. By the way, Nathan Johnson across the line, 2 laps to go. So everything getting nice and tight. The pot is simmering, and we're going to see some great finishes here as Predescu opens up a couple car length gap, but still has slower traffic up ahead.
If you're Wessling right now, you're having to decide, where am I going to make my move? I'm running out of time to do it in the spots I'd like to do it in. Where are the spots that I haven't tried it yet that she's not going to expect? And again, those are the places where you have to be very committed to being on the brakes a lot later and make sure you're going to get all the way around side and ahead, because your exit is going to be compromised when you take that kind of entry trying to get around someone. But again, Anna Predescu doing what she needs to do. Garrett Wessling looks a lot closer this time. You see Anna taking a shallower line there, running some defense. Evan Benade is loving the looks of this. They've caught some more traffic. That's going to compromise their turn into turn 5. Hopefully they can get around it here, nice and clean.
And by the way, guess who else has joined back into that group? It's Blair Boyce. And Benade looks to the outside of Wessling. Not going to be able to make that happen in turn 5, but still nose to tail coming up through the ranks. And, of course, you see the 16 of Benade slowing back just a little bit. That's going to bring Troster into that party there. So, once again, the accordion effect kind of working through. By the way, Nathan Johnson across the line, white flag. Final lap. Here comes the field down the corkscrew once again. Predescu goes left, now sets up for right. Everybody goes wide, so your 5 cars in this train have finally caught back up to one another. But that checkered flag can't come soon enough for Anna Prodescu. Now she's worked her way up to 8th. Alexandra Hayner, by the way, sits as your GT1 leader in 6th place in that number 43,911. That's your GT1 leader. GT3 is Brett Gaviglio in 18th. GT2, John Heldman in 20th, 697. Are we seeing a pass for position here? No, because Benade looked to the inside, not able to make anything happen. Does he close in ever so slightly? No, because Wessling shuts the front door on him. He's got Prodescu in his sights. He wants that 8th place as they work their way out of the Andretti hairpin for the final time at speed. It's still Prodescu, Wessling, Benade, Troster, and Boyce. Boyce falling back just a little bit more, but should something happen, I think he's in the popcorn position to see what happens. Heading into turn 5, not that big of a passing opportunity. They'll all have to wait until the corkscrew, and that's where we see Wessling close in. But here's the thing, Benade also all over that rear wing. He's going to look to the inside. Benade does on Wessling, but Wessling going to have a nice little gap there. Checkered flag is out. Nathan Johnson, your winner, but we are still watching this battle for 8th place in Spec 991.2. Monsalve finishes off in 2nd. Bob Mueller is in 3rd place, and Greg Gorski comes alive for 4th. Over to the corkscrew. Who's up in the front? It's Prodescu, Wessling, and Benade. 8th, 9th, and 10th. A good showing here so far for Anna Prodescu as she's able to hold off the hard-charging Garrett Wessling off the penultimate corner. Now down the final corner. 2 to 3 car lengths separate the 100 from the 722, and it's going to be all Anna Prodescu in 8th place. 9th will go to Garrett Wessling. Does Evan Benade hold on to 10th? Indeed, he does.
Prodescu, just during 2 laps to go there, was starting to drive a little bit outside herself, I think. You could see her taking a little bit different line, a little bit more defense, coming a little wider here and there. I think the pressure was starting to get to her. I don't know what mindset change occurred, but on the last lap, much, much cleaner. And I think that's what secured, rather, that 8th place for her today. See that GT1 Audi go through there after having that spin on the opening lap. And, of course, here comes the 70 GT3 car. Comes home to claim the win in GT3.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic battle. Once again, no surprise that Brett Gaviglio is your winner there in GT3. He is basically the class of the field, and I think that is going to be unofficially 4, 5, win number 7 on the season. Now, last year he was second in win number 7 of the season last year. Last season he's matching his win total already. There's no stopping that number 70.
We just see the cars come to impound here. We'll see some triumphant drivers out, very happy with how the first race has gone. Everybody kept the cars mostly clean here, always nice to see. Nobody really trying to force the issue. I think people happy to run with the position they had on the opening lap.
Right there, right there.
You see that 43 radically different design there versus the 991.2 Cup cars. You see a lot more aerodynamic devices on the back of the car, the front of the car, the fenders wider, a much more serious machine there, designed for endurance racing and high-level GT racing at the professional end of things.
And with that in mind, with drivers coming into impound, we'll let them come out. We'll hear their stories and give you their podiums in just a little bit. And we'll take a step aside and take a breather ourselves, kind of wrap our heads around what happened as we get ready for the next race, which will be the final race of the day. It'll be Orange Race number 2. Should take flight around 3:50.
Far right. We'll go far right. Middle. Go middle.
Landed over there.
Yeah, I saw that. Shit. I did a 32.8 in the race. I was like, I couldn't get there. And then I backed out. That was like, I almost got good. Yeah, I practiced the space. I was thinking, okay, doing it. But then that would be a little bit down again. Like, try to point it a little like this. If you don't mind. Snap really hard.
After you.
We went from a 38 to a 35. Yeah, that's what I was telling John. I was like, 200 pounds. I'm ready if you need it. He was doing 37, 38, and then all the check, you ready? Dropped to a 36. Everybody check, right? Yeah. He's like getting out of the car and starting to roll. I'm like, fuck, put it in gear.
Nice.
38 to 35, took 3 seconds off his fastest time.
Nice.
Are you just shooting video right now?
Yeah, just video. Yep. And then maybe in a second I get a group shot.
Yeah, as soon as he comes back. The best races ever.
Blair and I had a little touch. We got a part that way. One man show, one man army.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. A system carefully tailored to our needs by using original Porsche materials, colors, and design elements, all 100% custom manufactured, allowing us to create exclusive special editions alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch.
It is the final race of the day, and basically, you're going to be sitting on the edge of your seat, and you're probably not going to need it, especially for Spec Boxster. It is the orange group for the POC Cup Racing. Welcome back, Jeremy Scott, alongside Ryan West. And Ryan, we saw how good the racing has been in some of the spec classes, and we go back to trying to have to yell at Jordan to see what races we really want, because there's just going to be so many of them.
Yeah, there's going to be battles up and down the field here in Spec Boxster. Again, we saw it kind of string out, but there was a little bit of a battle there at the front for, I guess that would have been, it ended up being the win after we had a car with an issue. So I think we'll see that battle again with Kilnani and Chang and that whole crew at the front. And then I think we'll see some cars that were deeper in the field making their way forward. Just try to coordinate with Luis on the grid camera here.
Yeah, Luis getting our good grid camera shots, and the drivers spitting the grid worker. Of course, you got to thank all the workers here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for doing their hard work. They've been quite busy when it comes to some of the racing action that we've had here today.
No, indeed they have. We've had a lot of, it's been a pretty clean weekend so far. I know yesterday in the morning they had some issues, but generally during the races we've had a lot of spins that were inconsequential for the racing, right? If the person who spins loses a ton of places, but not a whole lot of collecting anybody else or making anybody else swerve to miss them and they also go off. It's been pretty clean racing here. As we've come to expect from the Porsche Owners Club, I think everybody's working the same direction in that regard.
So it's always fun to see, and you see the grid workers starting to split the field, and look at that. Nigel Maidment will lead the field to green here for the second and final orange race of the day. 13 laps in and around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and it's going to be interesting because Killarney's going to have to come from further back in the pack. Do we have a grid? I don't know if we do, but
no grid, but we're going to get some onboards here. I'm excited.
We do. Nick Lonnie is coming across the line. By the way, we can do the grid actually because the timing scoring is actually working. It's Nigel Maidment and Nina Adamidi in row 1. Jerry Chang and Dominic Hahn make up row 2. Nick Lonnie and Alex Maslow row 3. Larry Haas, who had a great run until he spun out coming out of 10, will be alongside Brian O'Meara in row 4. Row 5, Alan Watts and Klaus Drayman. Row 6, Redo Everly and Gil Briganti. That's Brandon Meyer Kovac. We haven't talked much about Brandon Meyer because his day not going what we normally see out of the 318. Alan Stott alongside in the 619. Mark Boschart and Greg Scarcello. The Doctor rolls off from row 8. Row 9, David Gold and Herb Kunitz. Andrew Wayman and Mike Porteous make up row 10. Row 11 will be Bob Chang and Jane Scarcello and Spec Boxster. And then rounding out your Spec Boxster field, Ryan, is Diane Caffaretta in the 1616. Karen Robinson, the 346.
And then to pick up the GT cars in the second group, we've got Barea Razavan in GT4, Bill Durant, GT5. The second row is going to be Doug Volder in Carrera Spec. And then it's 29th overall on the second row. You're going to have John Momeyer in Spec 2.7. Been on a roll after having gotten, I think, a decent motor in that car. He had a big string of bad luck towards the back half of last season. Number 152 of Vivek Hazari, and then Enrico Mar rounds out your 2.7 field here. GT5's Bear Salehi behind them. 682 of John Krylo is going to start at the back of the field this afternoon, and then as well as the 121 of Mark Sellier. Mark Seiler, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah, Seiler. Yeah, Seiler works, yeah. 34 cars getting set as you see the Spec Boxster field working their way around the corkscrew for the final time at slow pace. It will be another 13-lap races. We are set for side-by-side action from the Porsche Owners Club. Race number 2 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. What a fantastic weekend that we've had so far. Let's see if we can keep it on the up and up. Maidment to your inside, Adamadian to your outside, as they will be the first to see the flag stand coming around turn 10, slowing them down ever so slightly to bunch up the Spec Boxster field, which, by the way, they are 24 cars strong. Absolutely fantastic as they work their way around, and Krylo and Sellier they will have to come from the far back of the pack. We'll see how that works out for them as the field works their way around once again. Pace starts to pick up. Eyes on the starters. They come down ever so fast. Green flag is out. Maidment tries to get away, and indeed he does, as Jerry Chang's going to come with Maidment for the lead over there at the Andretti hairpin. A little bit of debris getting kicked up. No harm, no foul, as Chang moves off into second place. Side by side throughout most of the rest of the pack, but everybody kind of dancing quite nicely. No harm, no foul, as you start to see Maidment try and make it a win here early on in this race.
Chang with a much better start this time around. I think Jerry Chang learned after having started on the pole where he needs to put himself in order to save his spots or even make up some spots going down into turn 2 as we get the second group going here.
Spec 2.7 in there as well. And here's the thing that's going to be quite interesting to watch out for is the fact that Vivek Hazari is a lot closer to Momire than he has been all race long. So that Spec 2.7, the gap could close up, but you see Momire getting the early advantage there in Spec 2.7. Razvan, though, leading this GT class as they work their way around turn number 4, setting up for turn number 5. Nose to tail, they'll all come in line as the GT class and the Spec 2.7s work their way through. We're still waiting to see who's going to be behind Maidment. We did see Jerry Chang, your second place driver, when they before we came to this split right here, but this split kind of single file. I would imagine that, yep, there are your leaders, and indeed, look who's sitting there in third. Is that
Kilani?
Yep, that's got to be Kilani. So Kilani starting off in 5th, gaining 2 positions as Adamati and having some issues there, falling back another spot, and he's going to the inside, and look, got a little bit of cone action there coming off that final corner.
Yeah, Edamatian down into 4th, Maslov in 5th, Ong in 6th, Brian O'Meara in 7th. Larry Haas falls back a little bit further into the clutches of Klaus Draven. So we'll see how the top end of this Spec Boxster field sorts itself out. Coming down into turn 2 again. Maidment's going to make it out of there, but we got some dust getting kicked up. Everybody stay nice and steady there. I think it's going to be a pass for position by Maslov.
Yeah, Maslov doing quite well for himself. Adamati and trying to go around the inside of Maslov there for 4th place. That's a spin contact, and that is a big incident there as one of the doors open. I believe that's Adamatian's door that opened. I'm not sure who that is. It might be not Krylo, but we'll get the other number of the car there. That is the 184 of Brian O'Meara, who's off driver's right up against the racing line. So we'll see if he can get going. Oh, right in front of GT traffic. Both cars get underway, but that was a strange incident, as I'm not sure if that's a bit of a bumper or a tire, but either way, both of those cars slowly get underway.
That looks like some bumper left behind there, at least one half of a rear bumper, or indeed the front. So those cars are going to get rolling, of course. We'll stay green here. Got a little bit of debris on the outside of the track. Not the end of the world, as Nick Kilani is going to start putting some pressure on Jerry Chang for second position here.
Yeah, Chang finally able to see if he can go for the race, and this is kind of what we saw at the end of race number 1 a little bit earlier on today, as Chang Kilani and you see Chang Kilani nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd. They're closing in on Maidment. This is a very tight battle here for the lead, as you see near the middle of the pack here. And Spec Boxster, they are all kind of jostling for some sort of position. And Maidment once again trying to go in for that tighter advantage through the Andretti hairpin, and that helps him out because he can just get a better run.
And that off is a big advantage to the number 209 of Alex Maslov. He's now going to try to catch on to the back of this group of 3 at the front. Larry Haas, also the beneficiary of those 2 cars going off. You can just see him back in the distance. He's got Klaus Draven, Dominic Ong, and Alan Watts behind him. I think we have the Watts on board as well as the Kilnani on board if we want to go on board either of those battlers here. And there it is, Alan Watts. Oh, he's a little bit further behind than I would have expected.
Yeah, but I was gonna say Alan Watts sitting there as well as I try and go up through my screen. But yeah, Watts doing quite well for himself. As you see, his best lap was last time by a 47.272. But either way, a little bit of rub there. And I always love seeing these camera views when these cars come up and under the VP Racing Bridge. And now they'll set up for turn number 6. You really see the dip. I mean, you see it on the camera, but when you're on board ride, you really see how there's a dip right there in that apex of turn 6, and that kind of unsettles the car. And that's why we see so many cars kind of slide off there.
And you got to be confident enough to put the tires where they need to go. If you go too far to the left, you end up running that giant yellow curb on the inside, which really upsets the car, and that'll fling you all the way into the gravel trap across the way. So there's really only 1 or 2 spots where you can make it happen. We're on board Nick Kilani here. You can see Chang ahead taking the inside defensive line. Nick Kilani is going to stay to the outside and get a better run, but it looks like those 2 cars, I think he's got a problem here.
Kilani with an issue. Yeah, he pulls right off.
He's trying to pull gears here.
Oh, Kilani might have a box full of neutrals, and that could be race over, as indeed he pulls off. So Kilani loses that battle for second place. He had such a good race, but unfortunately trouble befalls the 227 as he tries to see if he can get that car started. And I think that he's probably just going to have to sit here the next couple of laps and wait for the end of the race. However, I think Maslov has caught up to the back of this battle.
This is going great for Maslov. He's going to go down the inside of Chang. He's going to try it. He's going to stick it on the inside, see if he's going to have enough of a run. No, Chang with a better run through turn 5. So he's going to have to pull back in. But Maslov's gained, I think, 3 positions here on the bad luck of others. But you got to put yourself in a good enough position to take advantage of that, Jeremy. And he's done just that here today. As, Chang's going to try the inside of Maidment here up into the corkscrew.
And that's going to be an interesting position here as Chang tried to get back into the lead that he had for at least the pole as they work their way down the corkscrew. And Maslov doing what he can to try and get Chang a little busy. That's also going to bring in Larry Haas to the fold behind them. You've got Klaus Draymond and Dominic Aum, both of those drivers who are hoping for better races in race 1. They're getting it so far this race, so this 4-car battle for the lead could quickly become a 6-car battle for the lead. As here comes Maslov to the inside of Chang. They're side by side, still coming off the corner. And it's a matter of who's going to get the better run. It's going to be Chang. He's going to sit in second place, but Haas now wants to take a peek to the inside. Now off to the outside as they work their way heading into the Andretti hairpin. Do either of these drivers have any opportunity to make a pass? Chang with a defensive line on Maslov, and Maslov going high, wide and handsome around turn number 2. He rips the outside, and he's going to get that position for now, but he has the better line through turn number 3. Another car that's off there in turn number 2, and move Alex Maslov to the second spot.
So Maslov now taking the position on track with a great pass. He's able to set up the way he needs to through the Andretti hairpin. Let's see if he can hold on through 4 and 5 here. Chang really strong going up the hill, but I think Maslov's done enough here to keep the position at least for this part of the lap. Maidment loving all the battling behind. Maslov's going to have a look. Can't quite get there, but is going to let Maidment know, hey, I'm still here. I still am a threat. Watch out.
Yeah, Maslov doing quite well for himself. His best finish of the season so far was 4th last time out at the final race at almost said Laguna Seca. That's not it. That was Willow Springs, and still trying to see if he can get that first win on the season as those tires are really coming up the temperature. I think Maslov, one of those drivers, not punishing his tires in race 1 so he can set himself up for race number 2.
Maslov trying different lines here, just kind of seeing what Maidment's going to do based on where he's going to put the car. I think he's going to have an opportunity here that he's not going to tank, but Jerry Chang, not afraid to try to go down the inside here into 11. Thinks better of it this time, but he's under attack from behind by Haas and Draymond. So that's now closing up the battle for 3rd. Haas is going to try the inside here through turn number 1. Not quite enough of a run. Chang's just so good on the straight here.
Well, here comes Maslov to the outside of Maidment, which is easier said than done. but Maslov was able to get it done last time by. Does he get back into the lead? He's going to have a good run. He goes off course, and he's going to spin right in front of traffic, almost makes contact with the car that stopped off driver's left and barely misses the wall. He's going to get going, and that was a bad move coming in front of Kovac, and Kovac able to have some great heads-up driving. A third car is off right now over there, coming off of turn number 3. So we've had a big mess here in the past couple of laps, and I was just about ready to say, we have a lot of drivers who are up front that we don't normally see up front.
Yeah, I think Maslov trying to be really, really optimistic there. I think Maidment knew that move was coming when Maslov lined that move up into turn number 2. Didn't give him a ton of space, gave him racing room, and Maslov decided to stay in the loud pedal and try to take it through the dirt, which if you've ever played this on a sim, you know that's not really an option there. You're going to loosen the car up and you're going to go off at that left side wall, and that's exactly what we saw happen. Unfortunately, Jerry Chang had to check up in a huge way to avoid collecting Maslov in that instance, so he's lost a ton of space. That's put Haas up into second, followed by Draymond and Ong.
Jay Lundberg music as who should I root for? I'm rooting for everybody. Just root for the great racing that we have here in the Orange Group, as this has been absolutely fantastic all throughout. Your top 5 are all nose to tail. You make that top 6 because Dominic Ong is the caboose there in that 6-car train with Maidment chugging everybody right along down the front straightaway as they work their way. Oh man, that almost could have ended in tears. We've seen drivers who've gotten too much of a wheel in the dirt, and now Larry Haas in second place, trying to see if he can make something on Maidment. Here comes Klaus Draymond. He had that third spot for the time being. Larry Chang is now side by side with him, and that car that was stopped off there earlier decided, I should try and back myself up. I don't want to be a target anymore.
Indeed. So Jerry Chang moves himself back into third position, more or less where he was before all of the melee started, I guess you could call it. Haas is letting Maidment know, I'm here now. Maidment just trying to hang on. He's had every comer try to knock him off the lead here, and everyone who tries can't quite get it done, at least on race 2.
Several retirements in this race, about 4 I'm counting, as drivers are working their way off of turn number 5 once again. This is the battle for the overall and Spec Boxster lead. And now Haas goes to the inside, heading up the hill over Maidment. Does Larry Haas have a chance at the lead? The 228 making his way around the inside. He gets the point over Nigel Maidment, but Maidment's defense is not done yet, as he's got Jerry Chang on his back bumper right there. But Maidment's going to dive to the inside through rainy curve. Not going to make anything happen. And now it's a 5-car battle, as Alan Watts, the 6th place driver, he's fallen back into the clutches of Kovac and Maslov, which they're battling for position as well back there. The action's coming hard and fast here as we're coming across the line. There'll be 6 laps to go with Larry Haas taking the lead in the 228. That's a driver who's really been looking for success, as his finish was 5th in race number 3 last time out at Willow Springs. Now we'll see how the battle for the lead shapes up. It's going to be great for Haas because he's opened up a 2 to 3 car length lead, as Maidment has to hold off Chang, Draymond, and Ong.
Yeah, Maidment just not able to overcome that strong run that Haas had up into turn number 7. We're going to go a little bit wide here. Everything still stays line astern.
Now, Ryan, I've got to say this. You've got this 5-car battle for the lead. Now you've got a 3-car battle.
The lead.
Yeah, Maidment back into the lead as he works his way around. So missed that for a second, but you missed a little, you missed a lot, because there's so much action going on. Not sure if Haas missed a shift or whatnot, but if he would have fallen back even further. He's back into the clutches of Maidment as Haas takes a good look at that green number 705 up and over turn 6. And here comes Haas once again. It seems like that Haas gets such a better run. He might be running a lower gear than Maidment coming up through the Rahal Straight. And does he get the lead again? No, they're side by side. Oh, this is fantastic stuff coming down into the corkscrew and attack at the lead. And here comes Chang. Try to see if he can go around the inside of Rainy Corner. Side by side for second place.
Haas is just going to defend on the inside through turn 10 there. He's able to hold on to the position. Chang goes wide. That's going to cost him some speed. Come down here into 11. That's going to allow Draymond through. Oh, not quite. Chang holds on.
Yeah, Draymond doing what he can to have a good finish today. Yeah, earlier on, not so good of a finish we normally see out of the 409 out of Klaus Draymond as he works his way up the straightaway. He's drafting off of Jerry Chang this time by 5 laps to go. And here comes Haas around the outside. Their door handle to door handle as now Haas is going to lose just a little bit of ground on that outside. By the way, Sporia Razvan with the fastest lap of the race, 42.433. Single file again for your top 5. Got a battle brewing back here for Spec Boxer as well, as Kovac has dumped Watts and Maslov as they're going nose to tail. I think Sporia also may have gotten around there. So lots of great battling here near the back of the pack while your top 5 single file. But how long will that one last as Razvan looks to the inside of Maslov, now making the outside, headed towards turn number 5 as that GT4 Porsche doing what he can to get up through the pack.
Lots of great battles here to follow in Spec Boxer. We're going to look back down at Spec 2.7. Indeed, it is going to remain John Momeyer over Vivek Hazari for Spec 2.7. Bill Durant hold it down strong in GT5.
Oh, Larry Haas going side by side with Maidment down the corkscrew. You don't see that unless it's the last lap. But Haas says, you know what? It's my time to go. And Jerry Chang knocking at the door, second place. Decides discretion is a better power of valor. Falls back in line. Sorry about that, Ryan, but that was one heck of an attempt at the pass.
Totally fine there. Maidment takes the slightly defensive line, comes all the way to the outside a bit late to try to block off any potential moves here. I think he knows he's a little bit down on pace now versus the cars behind. Who's going to force them to make the move like he's done all day long.
Into the Andretti hairpin. Here comes a late break. Go! Haas keeps that second place. Can you say fantastic? Look, I'm not one that likes to get excited over a lot of things, but this action here, Ryan, is absolutely fantastic. These guys have been racing like it's the last lap every single lap, as Maidment doing all he can to keep a scant 1/10 of a second lead over Larry Haas. But Jerry Chang, he's playing the protagonist here. He's poking the fire, trying to see if he can go bigger.
Jerry Chang likes the late break shallow line move. I haven't yet seen it work out for him, but he keeps trying it into 11, into 2. I think he's going to keep trying because at a minimum, you're going to apply pressure to the cars ahead. And if you're chasing for the lead and you see someone pull out a line like that, I think you're going to think about it and try to give a little bit more space than you might. That's going to take you off of your line. And so I think Chang going for the mind game here, trying to fool somebody into a mistake.
We got a question in the chat. We'll see how this all plays out in the lead. And yes, we can take a quick breather. Ryan, if you can answer this one, how much does tire wear play into a race finish like this?
I think you're going to be wearing a lot of tires now. I think these guys are going to be all in kind of the same boat here right now. When you're in the middle of this tire, it all kind of feels the same. Where we're going to see it is tomorrow. Tomorrow for race 3, we're going to see who has been battling at the front all day, making crazy moves, and who had been hanging back and taking it nice and easy. Kilnati, for example, if he could get that car back going, he'll have saved an entire race's worth of tire here. He might be in good contention as long as he can get that car going. But Maidment, Chang, Haas to some extent, I think they're going to be hurting tomorrow morning.
Yeah, more ways than one. I don't disagree, but then again, we know how good Maidment is. As look at this, here's what's going to be interesting too. Something that we're not keeping an eye on. 3 to go. How much of an impact will Sporia Razvan have into this? As now he's the caboose of the 6-car train. He's running 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than these 5 cars ahead of him.
Indeed, he is not under threat in GT4 right now from any other runners. If I were him, and it's easy for me to say, not behind the wheel, I'd probably check up here and let this battle continue the way it is, because there's nobody. John Vogel's the next car down, and he is a ways away from this battle. So I think I would honestly probably let this go, let it play out until I see another GT4 runner in my rearview mirror. Now, at that point, is it too late? Maybe. But with only 3 to go, you don't have to do it for very long. It would be unfortunate to break up this battle. And indeed, he's going to try to go down the inside of the corkscrew here. That's going to pick him off one at a time.
I was going to say, you know how drivers are. I always joke that the helmet's a brain compression device. And indeed, he wants that overall lead. So we'll see how that battles in as he gets around Draymond. So he's now in 4th place overall. Draymond losing ground to the leaders, though, because of that pass. And now here comes the hard-charging GT4 of Sporia Razvan in the number 210. As he works his way all around, pokes to the inside, not going to make anything happen. I think he's going to wait until he gets up to that gets up to the straightaway, and indeed he is going to make easy work of at least Jerry Chang. How does he handle the 228 of Larry Haas? He's going to try and go around the outside. He's going to go 2 for 1 here. Does he do the late break and get around Maidment as well for the overall lead? He's not going to get dispatch of Haas just yet. He's got to go high, wide, and handsome around the Andretti hairpin, and even Haas is giving him problems heading into turn number 3. But let's see what Razvan does. Does the late break. Almost gets him. Does he get him coming off of turn number 3? No, still side by side, so Haas isn't letting him have it that easy.
No, he's not, and he has every right to do so. It's not a battle for position there, at least in class, and he's got to stay on the tail end of Maidment here. With 2 laps to go, he's going to start running out of opportunities. You don't want to give up, and he does. That GT4 car finally around Haas, now up the tail end of Maidment, and he's going to make quick work of him here up the hill. But it's broken up this battle to some extent. Chang is now under attack.
I think it's only going to be a matter of time as now Razvan gets the overall lead, and here comes Larry Haas reeling in himself as well as they'll go up the hill through the corkscrew for the penultimate time. Down the corkscrew they go, and Haas is your leader in Spec Boxster as Maidment loses some sort of ground there as well, and Jerry Chang now battling. Here comes Maidment to the inside and rainy corner as they go side by side through turn number 10. Could we go 3 wide? Oh, it's absolutely possible. Hold on. If you want to watch a good finish, this is going to be the best final lap you see as Maidment comes around. Here comes Haas defending off of 2nd place. 1 finger to go from the starters. They come down the line. It will indeed be the last time by, and actually we are going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go as Spec Boxster. This battle is heating up ever so slightly, corner by corner. Maidment has Haas on his rear bumpers. They work their way through the Andretti hairpin. Once again, for the final time, what a fantastic race we have seen all day long out of Spec Boxster, out of the 2 races, but this could come to blows here in the next couple of corners as they work their way out of turn number 3, now setting up for turn number 4. To the inside goes Jerry Chang. Chang not able to get that position yet, still nose to tail. I wouldn't even count out Klaus Draymond at this point, racing in 4th place in Spec Boxster. Right behind them is just a whole mess of cars as they're coming down for the final time through turn number 5. Haas, he's really good heading into the corkscrew. Let's see if he does it again one more time through turn 6. You'll see the field work their way through, and Haas gets that good run coming up the hill through Ray Hall Straight. Maidment knows his tricks. Let's see if he falls for him once again. They work into the corkscrew for the final time. Who comes out first? It's going to be the green car of Maidment. The 705 is your leader for the time being. I think that he is able to garner enough gap between he and Larry Haas for the lead and possibly the win here in Spec Boxster. Across turn number 10, checkered flag will come out for your overall leader. You saw him go down off of turn number 10. Nobody making a final lunge. Everybody kind of happy where they are for the time being. Sporia Razvan comes across the line, finishes off as your GT4 and overall winner. And Nigel Maidment, your winner in Spec Boxster. 2nd place goes to Larry Haas. Jerry Chang rounds out your podium.
Maidment with it on the prior lap, an incredible degree of confidence, I think I'd say there, as he tried to take the inside line through 9 and 10, or through 9, and then 10 pinches Haas off and makes him kind of take evasive action and gets that position back. And I think that was the winning move there, was to get a better run through the corkscrew after Haas had made the move and then come back through 10. It was a well-timed, well-played move there by Nigel Maidment to hold on to his 2nd win today.
The class winners include Douglas Volder, your winner in Carrera Spec. John Momeyer takes another win. That is actually going to be, if I'm counting correctly by my notes, which I've been wrong before, that is going to be 5 wins in a row for the number 6. So great showing out of him. And once again, GT5, I'm sorry, Bear Salehi, your winner there. Ryan, that was a fantastic race. I can't believe we outdid ourselves from earlier.
Indeed, Spec Boxster delivers again on an incredible race in the front. Not the race we thought we were going to see, with 2 of the big contenders having problems between Maslov, Kilnani. One of those, I think, an optimistic decision for a pass, and the other looked like a mechanical issue. But not what we thought we would see, I think. And Maidman able to take a second win out of this. And Larry Haas, who's been very patient all day, able to come away with a podium finish. Jerry Chang, I think, is going to be the person who's worried about his tires tomorrow. He's been trying to move everywhere and taken every line possible. I think he's going to be at a big disadvantage going into race 3.
Well,
plus, we've got qualifying tomorrow as well.
We do. So it's a matter of how long will these drivers stay out for qualifying, because they've got 13 more laps later on tomorrow afternoon. And really, tip of the hat to Jerry Chang, because this is probably the highest that we have seen him all season long. So it's great that he's doing so well here. And Larry Haas as well. I'm just very impressed with how Haas has been throughout this weekend. And, first I think, this is the highest that he's finished all season long.
No, great opportunities available for those a little bit deeper in the field, usually coming towards the front here. And of course, with the qualifying today for race 2 set by the fast lap in race 1, it gave a lot of people some opportunities here to get back to the front. But again, I think some over-optimistic moves threw away some easy bits and easy podiums today. So hopefully tomorrow, a little bit cleaner racing, hopefully just as close, but hopefully a little bit cleaner, and people can capitalize on the qualifying position they're able to have. Larry Haas, I think, is going to be in pretty good shape. He's been taking it nice and easy here, not making a ton of moves. He'll be in nice shape qualifying, as well as Draymond, Branimir Kovac, Alex Maslov to some extent, Alan Watts I'll be watching tomorrow as well. I think all these guys are going to have a chance at the front here, and we'll hope to see Nick Kilnani get his car back going. Hopefully he's got a spare gearbox handy.
First row.
So with that in mind, we're going to take a breather, and we'll sign off after we go through the podium ceremonies. But Ryan, I don't know about you. I can't wait to hear how some of these drivers are going to kind of reminisce over how fun this race was.
Indeed, I think so as well. Hoping to hear from some of the guys at the front. Hoping to hear about some battles in the back, too, that we may have missed, down there for 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th position here in the race. Of course, when we've got a pack of 4 or 5 cars cutting it up at the front, we got to watch that. But, of course, we want to see all of the action from all of the racers. Hoping to look into that a little bit more tomorrow.
And, of course, we'll have more for you in just a little bit before we sign off. And looking at the results, by the way, real quick, second place, the highest ever that Larry Haas has finished. Let's step aside for some of our post-race show.
So you took first place?
No, I was in the lead for a moment.
Okay. Okay.
Only a small moment.
All right.
No, it was fun. This was my best finish ever.
Nice.
I don't like that. can even smile after your car gets totaled.
Oh, no.
It's less weight, okay? The air flows through it better, okay?
I'm going to catch it.
That tells the story.
So what happened?
I kissed the wall.
Ooh.
Me and the wall had a thing, you know, our first date thing.
Okay.
It kind of happened.
Okay.
So these cars don't hook up great on dirt. That's what I found out. They tend to go like this.
Okay.
And then things happen.
All right.
But I recovered and I still finished, I don't know, 7th or something like that.
There you go.
So
Okay.
it wasn't bad. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Baptism by fire. That was his own. With a complete right now, right? Yeah. Was that from the bar or from someone? Okay. All right. That was all me.
Where did you go off?
Oh, yeah, okay, there's the man as I was so close to something like this one? Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, that does it for our broadcast day here, Ryan. That we saw some great racing across both POC and PCA, and we have 3 races tomorrow, a couple of qualifying sessions. So I kind of expect some of the same.
I expect the same as well. And again, we've got that tire angle. We've got the angle on the tires. Who's going to spend time in qualifying really trying to crank out a lap? Who's going to take it nice and easy and try to limp these tires home for race 3? I'm looking forward to it. We've got a red race. We've got an orange race. We've got a PCA race. Brendan will join us again for that. It's going to be an incredible day here in Central California. Great weather on tap. We'll be going to the beach tonight, having a great time, drinking some pina coladas. It's going to be fantastic.
Just some get caught in the rain and don't be in the yoga. Anyway, I've got to say this. While I love being the solo voice of POC, having you and Brendan in the booth was absolutely fantastic, and I think it really elevated our broadcast. And if you like it, make sure you let them know at POC what you like. Let us know down in the comments. Again, tomorrow we've got another race. 9:40 a.m. Pacific time begins our broadcast coverage, and that starts off with the ground pounders in the red qualifying. So thanks for joining us here on DriversEye Live. On behalf of Jordan McWorth, Brendan Karsmerick, Ryan West, and myself, I'm Jeremy Scott. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9:40 a.m. from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for more live coverage of the POC PCA doubleheader weekend. And don't forget to keep it point forward, keep it between the ditches, and keep it greasy side down. Chat with you tomorrow morning here on DriversEye Live.